Hello!
Hello!
Back at it again. Beating the witch allegations for sure this time.
Yeah. Shit, I don't have my glasses on.
You might want to read.
Yeah, I have a sneaking suspicion that I may have lines to read.
There might be some dialogue in this part of the game, so I'm told.
Where the fuck are my glasses?
That's a great question.
There they are.
Hello and welcome, Danica. Have a good rest of your night with whatever else you're doing. Last week was wild. We met Phoenix and Maya, and they're bakers now.
Yeah.
Actually, they always have been bakers, as they tell it.
For 5 years.
People's memories are whack. Isabella has some connection to, like, the ancient witch.
Yeah, we don't know, but I'm under the theory that, like, she's some sort of descendant. Or her cat is the witch.
I'm still not convinced that this isn't, like, a town full of actors that's specifically to gaslight one person. Just because that's not that far-fetched for a Layton.
Like, this is reminding me of a weird plot line that was in Bungo Stray Dogs, and a manga that I read in 2018.
I have not heard that name in years.
There's one arc where there's a guy who can put people inside his stories, and the only way you can get out is if you solve the mystery in his story. And one of them was like, it was like a Victorian manor, people in there were getting murdered, and the solution was that all of these people are actors and cosplayers who are from a sci-fi future who are doing who are pretending to be Victorians, and it's like a completely automated murder going on.
It's like fucking... It's like, It would be like, fuck, what is the name? Turnabout Time Traveler. Because that was another case where they just got, like, a lot of people just specifically to lie to one person.
Yeah, 2 people.
2 people, you're right. I just... And, like, for Layton, like, after, like, Curious Village, I don't know.
I don't know, man.
I don't know. Curious Village was pretty far-fetched. I mean, Love Is in the Air, wrong gas leak. That Layton did that, too.
I still need to figure out what is it?
Unwound Future?
I still need to watch that.
I love Unwound Future so much. They had the gall, the nerve, and the audacity.
I've been watching too many speedruns recently. I need to go back to watching Save Data's shit.
I'm behind on the Save Data Unwound Future one, I will confess. But I need to get caught up on it, because it's just such a specific vibe.
Mm-hmm. I've just been watching Twilight Princess runs for this entire week.
I believe that about you.
I like the game.
Yeah, I know this. I know this and I love you. Do you want to play?
Yeah. No, let's get Twilight Princess on here.
Fuck this.
We're speedrunning Twilight Princess now.
Low percent.
Yes.
No one's allowed to leave.
Speedrun, except you don't know anything you're doing, and I'm just explaining the speedrun to you.
This would be...
Everything, all of the knowledge that I've accumulated from watching speedruns of it over the years.
Listen, that could be something.
That would be a ridiculous thing to do, but also fun.
It would actually, to like, have a speedrun that's just, like... I don't know how to explain it, but to have, like... what you just described be the situation where you have, like, a guide up and you're trying to explain to me what I need to do.
Yeah.
When I've had no practice and no experience. That might be a fun thing to try one of these days. With just, like, a run that you know really well that isn't too long. Video games.
It probably would be Twilight Princess, but that's a couple hours long. But, like... It'd still be fun. It's not super short to the point where you feel bad if you make a mistake.
Like,
as many Silent Hill speedruns as I watch, I don't have their routes as memorized.
We don't want no fuss and we don't want to hurt you, alright?
There's a lot of RNG in those
We
ones.
just want your money, that's all. And you'll give it to us, won't you?
What's with that guy's teeth?
British.
I understand. Actually, no, British don't exist here.
Oh shit, you're right! I was thrown by the Cockney accent, but you're right.
Girl, maybe you shouldn't explode people.
I just think the wildest possible explanation here, and you have to do it that way, is that the storyteller has orchestrated something where everything in this town is specifically to fuck with this one girl.
I think they stepped on a landmine.
I think they just did that. Is this the defendant's antechamber?
Oh, I'm assuming this is the prison.
This, prison? Yeah. What is this place? The room is lit, but it's still somehow dark. And the atmosphere feels... I don't know, this looks like an antechamber setup.
Oh, yeah, probably.
It didn't at first, but...
Are we not gonna get an investigation?
My assumption is that the Layton phases replace the investigation. Because they're walking around and talking to people.
Understandable.
Which, yeah, means that, like, this is wild. The
Makes me
atmosphere
a little bit
feels
sad because
heavy.
I like the investigations in Ace Attorney more than most of the court cases.
Well, especially later on in the series, they just got better at investigations. I think if you went back and you played Turnabout Goodbyes, you wouldn't feel that way.
Oh, absolutely. I'd be miserable.
When you go back to Ace Attorney 1, you remember why people used to like the trials more than the investigations.
Nick, what are we doing in a place like this? Sorry! I forgot that I read lines!
How should I know? We're just a couple of bakers. I don't think they brought us here to make bread. Yikes. Is it me, or is that guard staring daggers at us right now? Maya sprites are so fucking good in this. They look so good.
Wait, this is probably Espella. Mr. Wright, Maya!
Hey, girl.
Espella, what's going on here? I'm sorry. I was the one who sent for you both.
You know what was the thing that really tipped me off to Nuri being the artist for this? The shading on her hair.
Yes, yes.
I'm like, he would fucking use that color.
That is a very Nuri-esque shading on blonde.
Yeah. Something about just like the specific color they use for the shadows. I'm like, now that's a Nuri if I ever saw one.
I never draw blonde characters, but like seeing how Nuri shades them is just like, maybe I can do this.
His like lavender shadows go so hard. Mm-hmm. He loves a lavender shadow. And he's right for that.
Yeah.
I was just looking up right before stream the composer and artist for this game because I had a feeling, and I was right. You sent for us?
I'm being put on trial.
Wait, what? What happened?
I don't know. I just don't understand what's going on. I didn't do anything wrong. I couldn't possibly murder anyone. Murder? I beg you, Mr. Wright. Please, I need your help. Just one more time.
Huh? You need my help? What could I possibly do? Espella, I'm just a baker. The only thing I know about law is how not to get on the wrong side of it.
Wait, hold on a sec. Espella, what did you just say? You said you needed Nick's help just one more time?
One more time?
I'm not quite sure myself, but when the knights came and took me, a vision suddenly appeared in my mind. It was Mr. Wright. He was fighting for me, defending me.
What's he so crispy for?
That brave blue figure, it was clear as day.
Is that like pre-rendered?
I'm assuming so.
Yeah. As opposed to his actual model. I was fighting for you. No way. That's impossible. I mean, it's like I already said. I'm just a baker. I have a hard enough time rolling dough, let alone defending someone in court.
I thought the same thing too at first, but I don't think that's quite true. You and Maya, sometime, somewhere, you helped me. You fought for me as a defender.
A defender?
What's wrong, Nick?
I wish I knew, Maya, but hearing Espella mention a defender, I can't help but feel something inside of me just burning at the mention of it.
Accused! Defender! It is time! Head forth, you two!
Head forth? Where are we going exactly?
To the courtroom in which today's trial will be taking place! The Chamber of Fire!
Ah, sweet.
Chamber?
Of fire?
Make haste, if you are but a moment late, a guilty verdict will be delivered immediately!
Sweet.
What? No way! Mr. Wright. I'm truly sorry, Mr. Wright. I know this is all so sudden. It's a lost cause, isn't it?
Well then, let's head inside, Espella. What's coming up is crazy awesome!
Huh?
This overwhelming pressure. It feels so familiar somehow. Almost like deja vu.
Mr. Wright.
Let's go, Maya. Maybe we'll get a better idea once the trial gets underway. What happened to your memories, guys?
All right,
What did
let's
they
do it, Nick. I'm telling you, they got rewritten.
Yeah, but how? Is magic real or is it something much crazier?
Gaslighting.
What is this heat? It's like an oven in here.
I will now pronounce the verdict. This court finds the accused guilty of being a witch.
Did we start the trial yet?
Previous, I think they're going through 'em
Or are we
right
gonna see her
quick.
get executed?
Please, I beg you to reconsider. I'm not.
They encase them in metal and cook them.
What?
No.
The proximity that this has to actual medieval torture techniques is fucking coconuts. That was a lot. I wish you could see Adrian's face right now.
What the fuck?
Like, great, super good. I'm feeling so good. I'd forgotten what this felt like up until now.
Huh?
The butterflies in my stomach and tension so thick you could slice it with a knife. All these feelings. These are all feelings that I'm definitely familiar with.
Anyway.
Yeah, Nicholas, I can't say that this has happened exactly like this before. We're here to fight for Espella and get her out of this place.
That's right!
Love how chipper she is.
Is now in session for the trial of Espella Cantabella.
He sounds like such a normal guy.
Defender,
Yes, Your Honor?
yours is a face I've not seen in any past trials. But no matter. Start by stating your name.
I also love that he looks identical to the regular judge, but he's wearing an outfit.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor. He sounds so
My
lame.
name is Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Baker.
He said it like exactly like you always say it to make fun of it.
My name is Phoenix Wright.
It was like identical delivery. This game gets it.
I asked him to come, my lord. I want him to represent me. This court dictates that the accused is free to assign a defender of their choosing, my lord.
very well.
That was so bitchy.
Whatever, man.
Very well.
At any rate, the result of this trial shall not change. That
Gasp.
aside, I've not yet seen hide nor hair of the Inquisitor assigned to this trial.
Inquisitor? Oh, right. I should have noticed earlier. No one's there.
Should the assigned Inquisitor fail to appear in court, I will have no choice but to dismiss all charges. He
Based.
is an Inquisitor of high caliber, but if he does not come forward soon...
Key.
Oh, I was thinking it was Darklaw, so this is a surprise for me.
victory will then be declared
Yeah, what the
in
fuck does
favor
Darklaw
of
do if she's not prosecuting and she's not judging?
Hanging out.
What do they mean that she takes the witches to trial if she's not even fucking
Yeah,
there?
what?
Hold it!
Why is it? Oh, this is the guy that
that guy?
Muffet was lusting over.
Oh, yeah, she did call him an Inquisitor, didn't she? Sure.
Knights of the Court, I have but one question for you both. Are you prepared to cross swords?
Knights of the Court.
Oh, that's fine.
Are you prepared to cross
Is
swords?
this some kind of euphemism?
I, Inquisitor Zacharias Barnum, am indeed prepared to do battle, my lord.
He's a little bit handsome.
Yeah, that animation, I was like, alright, I do now see it.
Something amiss, Baker?
Sorry, Your Honor. I just didn't realize we could have swords.
I would have brought my sword if I knew.
Yeah.
It is the way of the court knight. A knight must always ensure that he rides with a blade at his side.
Okay.
Are you gonna give us one?
Now then, state your name, Sir Blue Knight.
Huh?
That's nothing.
My name's Phoenix Wright. I'm a baker.
He did it again.
Make me say it.
My name's Phoenix Wright. A knight's sword is his soul.
Oh, fuck off.
Nick, quit with the long face. You look miserable.
No need to waste your breath. This trial will be over before you can utter a single objection. For the security of all of Labyrinthia, my blade shall rend your defenses swiftly and without mercy.
Arthur Barnum, put another one out of their misery.
I will say the sword
This trial
metaphor.
is pointless. Hand down the verdict already.
The sword metaphor. Maybe it's just because they already did that for Blackwell, but I'm just like, this feels like Blackwell if he didn't slay.
This is the guy that this is. Put the Doughy Defender on trial too, I say.
Sorry, go on.
I don't know. I don't have know enough about him yet to have an opinion on him one way or another.
He seems like a bitch boy.
Oh, absolutely.
Time will tell if that's positive or not.
Imagine if they did this in actual courts. But
Started
people started
cheering on the
cheering.
prosecutor. Oh boy, what's with all this excitement? You'd hardly think this was a courtroom. Crowd doesn't seem very interested in law, that's for sure. It's like, oh, they're all just hoping for a guilty verdict. Yeah, they came here to see some fucking executions.
President Barnum, you may begin your opening statement. I know he didn't sound like this, but I'm going to do every judge as sounding like this.
Yeah. Oh, fuck, what do I...
Can you make him sound cool? His voice wasn't cool enough.
We can fix them. Yeah, I'm just trying to, like...
You don't need to make him British.
On the...
Un-Britishify him.
I can like you think like a deeper voice,
Yeah.
something like smooth, like as you wish, my lord.
Exactly.
First, let us begin by recounting the events leading up to the murder. Is that acceptable, Sir Apprentice Baker? As you wish. The murder occurred this very evening. Oh. I just like this music. Yesterday there was heavy rainfall in the area. Eventually it gave way to sunshine, which came just in time for today's parade. Although a few hours after the parade ended, the rain set in once more. That must have been when Espella and the others were at the Great Archive. It continued to rain until just before the incident, which took place on a small path leading to the market. The accused had been out doing some shopping at the market. She returned home on that very same path. I love this portrait of them. And on that forest path, two rogues named Robs and Muggs, god damn it, are said to have accosted the accused. What I love about that, I would argue those names are more Layton than they are Ace Attorney.
Yeah.
That's
but
the
it's shortness
like,
of them.
Yeah, there's it's snappy. It takes you a mere second. One could assume the accused simply acted in self-defense.
I see. Robs and Mugs, those two have appeared in court a number of times in the past.
Yeah, Judge, for what? What did they do? Two rogues, huh? So far, it may appear that the accused was more the victim. However, the situation soon changed. That's right. The accused, Espella Cantabella, knowingly and mercilessly murdered her two assailants. Cantabella? That girl, isn't she?
I always knew she looked suspicious.
Shh, not so loud.
Yikes. There's that weird excitement again.
I believe we now fully grasp what happened. It is getting late already. Let's begin the trial.
I've got my shows on tonight at 7.
Visitor Barnum, you may now begin.
As you wish, my lord. The Inquisition will now hear eyewitness testimony regarding the night of the murder. Eyewitness testimony, huh? Looks like this trial is finally getting underway. I can't back down now. I have to fight. But I'm just a simple bread-making baker, living a simple bread-making life. The situation is more twisted than a pretzel, and I'm smack in the middle of it.
Just normal men. Just innocent men.
But I have to do this to save Espella. Okay, let's see if I can untwist this testimony and put this thing to bed. Do you think this guy's a baker? I'm getting some real baker vibes. I don't know, Danica. I think you might be reaching. I see where you get it from, but it
Common
seems...
misconception.
Who? Oh, wow. There's 4 of them right up front. Allow me to welcome you all. Now, would each of you please state your name and occupation?
Hold it!
Wait a minute. What's going on here? As I already explained, Sir Apprentice Baker, this is the eyewitness testimony. Yes, I understand that, but there are 4 witnesses.
Indeed, this many people inside the courtroom could pose a health and safety issue.
Your Honor, that's not quite what I meant. Witness testimonies are supposed to be done one by one, as in one witness at a time.
What are you talking about, child? We didn't Be here all night if we did that.
That's right, young man. We have witnessed the very hand of fate reach out to us this evening.
Could we hurry this along, perhaps? These flowers won't sell themselves as much as my boss wishes they would.
Nightle?
Perhaps the knighthood is glorious to live, but I remain steadfast in my resolve as I travel down this long road.
Oh my god, resolve?
Oh my god, resolve.
I shall not falter. I will be victorious.
Who cares? Just question them all at once.
We already know the girl in the cage did it. Let's get on with it.
Yeah, finish this already. I want to go back home and go to bed.
Barnum, Barnum, Barnum.
Earl Barnum, like, burn them.
Fuck. Yeah, yeah. Like burn them.
Burn them.
Burn
Burn them.
This game sucks.
Witnesses again, state your names and occupations.
I'm known as Wordsmith. But what is a name? How doth one describe an occupation? Like the bubbling of a babbling brook. I flow gracefully around the rocks and debris that is life, nary a worry in my mind. Right, so I guess that means he's jobless.
My name's Mary, and this darling kid is Snowy. Snowy and I often travel to the edge of town to sell delicious fresh milk. Milk that doesn't happen overnight, but I worked my hands to the bone, squeezing each drop out. Literally!
That sounds pretty frightening.
I'm Kira. I'm a flower seller. If you'd all be so kind, feel free to purchase one of my beautiful flowers at any time during the trial. There's no way I'll sell them all by morning. Oh, the life of a flower girl is so hard.
Yeesh, talk about a hard sell.
My name is Nightle. I am to join our town's order of knights. I studied night and day, even though I am still but a mere squire. Joining the Knights of the Inquisition is my life's ambition. And I, Nightle, will do whatever necessary to join.
So he's jobless too.
No, he's a squire.
Yeah. Honorable witnesses, I ask that you show this court your best when delivering your testimonies. Now, tell us exactly what you all saw on this ill-fated eve. The delicious scent of mid-evening dinner permeated the air, and a soft light shone faintly in the distance.
Muggs grabbed the girl by the arm and it looked like he almost pushed her to the ground.
I heard a faint voice cry out. The next moment, those two villainous men burst into flames.
There is not a trace of fire to be seen in the area. Without a doubt,
Magic.
must have been you.
I don't know why that consistently gets me.
Think about it as consistently funny.
Magic?
Oh, sorry.
Got stuck.
Oh, Brothers Baker, you may now begin your interrogation.
I have but one piece of advice. I suggest you pay it heed. Do not waste the court's time by grilling these witnesses over irrelevant nonsense, Sir Apprentice Baker.
Are you all right, Nick? They sure love calling you an apprentice baker, huh?
I'll be honest with you, Maya. I have no idea how I'm feeling right now. But I know it's all up to me. As her defender, Espella's fate is in my hands. I have to believe in her, and I need to start believing in myself. I can do this. I believe Espella is innocent, and I'll fight until the end to prove it.
Yeah, that's the spirit! We can do this thing, Nick!
I love how this is like a slightly redone version of the normal.
Yeah, it sounds similar,
Cross-examination.
similar but distinct.
Hold it!
Exactly whose cry did you hear?
Well, it was the accused. It was Isabella's voice, no doubt about it.
So, do you know Ms. Cantabella?
Yeah, everyone knows her. Her name is pretty familiar around here.
I wonder why that is.
After hearing her cry, I turned around and that's when I saw it.
The two men being swallowed up by the flames, you mean?
I have never, ever in my life witnessed another sight so dreadful as that.
Hold it!
Isn't it a bit premature to assume it was magic?
An absurd statement!
Say what?
Think about it, the names are engulfed in flames in the blink of an eye.
The blink of an eye.
There is not a single trace of any other fire source to be found in the area.
Not a trace. I think he's faking the knight voice. Because he's training to be a knight, he's trying to do the voice now.
I love that.
Therefore, there is only one true explanation as to what caused that inferno.
If magical fires didn't leave a trace, wouldn't that contradict the whole story of their big fire? Wasn't that caused by a witch?
That was caused by like a dragon that she summoned.
Yeah. I feel like
It may have been less that like it's the rule that magical fires don't leave a trace, and more of like people saw the fire but they didn't see the traces, so they assumed it must have been done by magic.
And what would that be? Let me guess. Magic, right? There is no crime in simply not knowing, but refusing to accept the plain truth. There lies the true crime, Sir Apprentice Baker.
I don't think that's also a crime. That is indeed the crime, indeed, Defender.
Anyway, it doesn't matter. I just have to find a contradiction in this testimony.
No way! Isabella can't be a witch.
It looks like that's it for their testimonies.
Nick, are you feeling okay? You've never, cross-examined anyone before?
Up until now, my life has been all about baking. Kneading dough, rolling it, baking it, day after day, the same thing. This trial isn't any different from baking. These witnesses, they're all just kind of like fresh dough.
What?
It's our job to roll out the contradictions and bake their testimony into something this court can stomach.
If Isabella is innocent, then there has to be a contradiction somewhere in these testimonies. And when I find it, I'm really gonna crank up the heat. First things first, I've got to gather as much information as possible.
Hold it!
What time would that be exactly? Dinner time. When else would the scent of dinner be in the air if not dinner time? Do you see? Not so much. The sun had already set by that time. That should be adequate. The sun had already set. So you clearly witnessed what happened tonight, is that correct? I have been dubbed a witness, thus I must clearly have witnessed something. Do you see? In that case, how much light was there in the immediate area at the time? Enough to see the nerves on my face, but not enough to see the trees ahead. Do you see? No, that doesn't add up. If the area was completely dark, then you couldn't possibly have witnessed anything.
Loud car.
Do you see? No. Nevertheless, Something caught my eye. It was a most ominous sight. Ominous is what that sight was. Okay, I get it. It was ominous.
Objection!
Poor form, Sir Apprentice Baker. Gasp. I hate to disappoint you, but there was, in fact, light in the area. Huh? Take a look at this. This is a drawing of the crime scene, based on the witnesses' accounts, as penned by the court illustrator. The court illustrator? I've never heard of that before. Look carefully. This shows what the scene looked like at the time of the murder.
An illustration of the highest quality as always. That is a nice illustration.
Yeah.
Cute art style.
Now then, we have established that by the time the murder occurred, the sun had already set. And so, naturally, the defendant was carrying a fire-lit lantern, as we can see. A lantern? Eureka! Indeed, yes, that is what I was saying earlier. There was a lantern. A lantern, I say. Oh, please. You totally forgot. To be honest, I did not imagine it would be necessary to present this, but... My lord, here is the lantern in question. This is what was responsible for the light illuminating the area.
Very well, the court accepts this into evidence. Speaking of which, Inquisitor Burnham. In this drawing, the accused seems to be holding a milk bucket of sorts. What became of this?
That is a strange case indeed, my lord. That bucket seemingly disappeared from the murder scene. The milk bucket disappeared, you say? There has been talk of wolves living in the nearby forest. It is thought they often make off with the items they find on the ground. Great. Wolves that steal your stuff. Remind me to never set foot in that forest.
This is great, Nick. We've got new evidence now.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
You know, Nick, you really don't look like just some normal run-of-the-mill baker. See, you look more like a somewhat articulate run-of-the-mill baker. I think you might even have a knack for being a defender.
There's a clear contradiction somewhere in that testimony, and I'm gonna find it. Glass is broken and is covered in mud, okay. Muggs was one of the two rogues, is that correct?
That's right, the man he grabbed the girl's arm and pulled out a knife.
Is something wrong?
Or was it Robs that grabbed the girl and had the knife?
Huh?
Oh dear, now let's see. Muggs was the short one. Robs is the... No, I think it was the other way around. Well, it doesn't really matter which one it was now, does it?
That's all well and good, but I was kind of just hoping you'd testify about the lantern. Honorable witnesses, please continue with your testimonies. Use of witchcraft to burn 2 male victims alive. The lantern is fellow was holding the glass is broken and is covered in mud. Profiles. Oh, we can present profiles again.
Oh, fuck yeah!
Sweet. Defendant. Okay. The 2 victims killed with magic when threatening the defendant. Okay. I have pressed everything.
Wait, look at the lantern. Could it be that they're saying that that the fire that the people saw was the lantern shattering? I don't know if it'd be on this specific statement, but I feel like that might be our line of.
Like, you think it might be on this one?
Yeah. Mayhaps.
Objection!
Well, fuck me.
That's the thing, this feels too early in the trial to be asking us to jump to that level of conclusion.
Mm-hmm.
I would have thought we would have gotten that courtroom sketch too, but we did not. I'm wondering if the lantern is considered a trace of there having been fire.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, okay.
What is the matter, defender?
What is this? This feeling?
I'm pretty sure Ryunosuke does this exact same thing with this exact same pose and turnaround animation.
Yeah, except Ryunosuke was like, I feel like a wild animal going after my prey.
Yeah.
I just felt the urge to shout out from the bottom of my lungs while pointing this finger. Sorry, it auto-advanced on me. Objection!
Objection!
I can't help but feel that's a word I've used quite a bit in the past. That's it. I remember now. I remember everything. The Legal League of Attorneys exchange, Isabela's trial, and then that strange book. This feeling. I feel like I can take on the world. Witness. Hell yeah!
Woo! What's with the sudden pouting?
Pointing.
Pointing.
I am a soon-to-be member of the Honorable Knights of Inquisition. I accept your challenge. How about you?
You say that no fire was present at the scene of the crime, meaning the defendant must have used magic. Unfortunately for you, that is not the case. What do you mean, Sir Apprentice Baker? What I mean is that the defendant was, in fact, carrying a lantern. A lantern containing fire. Those 2 rogues were actually burned by the flame that was inside that lantern. That is the only logical explanation. My, what a startling conclusion you've come to, Sir Apprentice Baker. What do you mean? The only logical explanation. Do you agree with this statement, honorable witnesses? It is presumptuous for a man that knows nothing to claim that he knows something about which he really knows nothing. Huh?
Besides, how could one teeny tiny flame be strong enough to set them both ablaze like that?
Well, a flame can get larger under the right circumstances. I don't know if you guys knew about this.
There were two of them. How could that flame engulf them so fast?
Were they covered in oil?
Well, I have further questions if so.
Furthermore, if they did burn as you claim they did,
Do you mean to suggest that they were soaked in oil or something?
They're in our brains.
In our brains.
They're in our heads. Oh. Well, Sir Blue Knight, it would seem you have bitten off more than you can chew. I definitely didn't see that coming. What say you, my lord? Do you have any thoughts on the proceedings thus far?
Given the testimony as we've heard it, the court has come to its conclusion. 'Twas a truly gruesome and merciless act, an act for which only one thing could be held responsible. The nefarious crime of magic.
Hold it!
Wait just a second.
Is there something you've forgotten to mention, Defender?
Not exactly, Your Honor. It's just that... I mean, you just said... magic. That can't be right, can it? What are you suggesting, Sir Apprentice Baker? Witches use magic, which in turn brings about disaster. Such is the way of this world, is it not? Well, yeah. That may seem to be the case. But no way is that actually possible.
The court finds Isabella Cantabella accused, charged with being a witch.
Espella, a witch? A witch's existence in this world is a crime in itself.
Her ability to use and control magic is a criminal offense indeed. As such, any witch found practicing magic will be sentenced to death by fire. No, you're wrong. I'm not a witch.
Sir Apprentice Baker, I do not envy your current predicament. My lord, hand down your guilty verdict against this witch immediately.
Objection!
But... there's no evidence to prove that any magic was really used. Put a song in it, bread boy! We all heard her cast the spell.
Oh, new testimony!
Huh?
That's right. Snowy and I heard it. Isn't that right, precious? We heard that incantation quite clearly.
Bread boy.
Bread boy.
Would
you like to know, bread boy?
The frightening voice. There's no mistaking it was Isabel's voice.
these ears do not lie. I heard the incantation most sinister. Ignaze it went.
Isn't that guy from Fire Emblem? Incantation. It's you.
Fuck.
Ignaze?
It's no good. I just can't wrap my head around this topsy-turvy, otherworldly court.
You have to turn your thinking about, Feeny.
I can't hear the phrase topsy-turvy without thinking, even if the whole world went topsy-turvy this very moment, I would never. God, I love Zero Time Dilemma.
Zero Time Dilemma. Camp.
No one's doing it like her. You can't argue
You
with that
shouldn't
statement.
do it like her.
You shouldn't do it like her, but nobody is. Well then, it would seem the defense has no further objections.
It appears so. Court finds the use of magic at the time of the murder to be an undeniable fact. Furthermore, the honorable witnesses have stated that they each heard an incantation being recited. What?
Oh, that's where they got the animation.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Did it really take them to fucking the Great Ace Attorney for them to reuse this animation? Because I don't think it was used at all in Dual Destinies or Spirit of Justice.
Wasn't this? When did this come out compared to those ones?
I don't know.
I thought this came out pretty close to. Hang on. Come on, phone. I guess I thought this came out after Dual Destinies.
Did it?
I don't know.
I'm not great at knowing.
I
things.
assumed. $2012, which would make it. Fuck, when was Dual Destinies? Dual Destinies would have been kind of around then, yeah?
Dual Destinies came out somewhere close to VLR, if I am
Dual
remembering
Destinies,
correctly.
it looks like 2013. So this was before Dual Destinies. I was wrong. I thought it would have been after. Maybe I'm just thinking that because it looks better.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, it's wild. It took them like 3 more years because it was 2015 for the first Great Ace Attorney.
Something like that.
Yeah.
Nick, we have to do something!
I know, but what exactly can we say? Here, in this world, our sense of logic is completely useless. Is this how they're gonna
This
of them?
court is ready to hand down its verdict for the case
Shut
of
up.
Vespella Cantabella.
Is this? I wonder if they're gonna do something that's kind of similar to the. I can never remember what it's called. Summation examination mechanic, where we pit the witnesses against each other.
Oh, that would be fun.
Well, because it seems like the impression I have is that at least some of them are lying. Because now they're all claiming to have heard this thing that previously only one of them said that she heard. Mm-hmm. So I'm thinking that they're gonna have like conflicting accounts because they're making shit up.
Who said that?
Oh, Herschel.
Herschel!
Your
I was
Honor,
like-
I request that the court hold its verdict a moment longer.
I was like, that sounds a little too snooty to be Barnum.
What is the meaning of this intrusion?
I have something I believe will be of use to the defense. A weapon of sorts. That's the Grand Grimoire. All of this world's magic is contained within its pages.
I don't think you should just like say that out loud in this room.
Without it, this trial cannot reach a satisfactory
Well, that's something that's
conclusion.
under the belonging of the Inquisition, so it's not
That's
like
true.
sus.
Yeah, but then I feel like they would be like, well, why the fuck do you have it, random guy I've never heard of?
You know what? True.
The Grand Grimoire.
The magic itself is in the book. Simply do not open the book. So true. Oh my god. They're standing in the funny little girl location.
Oh my god. Where's Maya?
Don't worry about it. Well now, it seems like things are already afoot here. Although the real contest begins now. Are you fully prepared? So, are you here to help us?
Of course!
course, the professor always helps people in need. It is the duty of every gentleman. Right, Professor?
Professor? That is a saying I find quite useful in situations such as this.
Turn your thinking about.
Phoenix, it's me. Believe in yourself. There is a time for words and a time for action. Right. You have been working as a baker in this town up until now, have you not? Gyakuten, this Saibon. Exactly. I must say, I am a little mystified. I'd have expected you to be more familiar with this world and its system of magic. Yeah. How can I put this? I guess that's not quite the full story. Is that so? I kinda had an epiphany just now. I remembered all sorts of things. Like how I'm not actually a baker. I love Layton's doing his thinking and then Luke is doing a thinking also.
Yeah, it's
really cute. And, well, how magic can't really exist. Hey Phoenix, your best friend talks to the dead. Then it would seem I was correct about you, Mr. Wright. You are not, in fact, a citizen of this town. Is that correct? Right. At least, it seems that way. However, for now, we have no option but to accept this world and its rules as a reality. Without first understanding those rules, I'm afraid you will not be able to save Miss Cantabella. But things like magic only exist in fairy tales and make-believe. I'm afraid, Mr. Wright, it would seem magic does in fact exist in this world. Such a truth cannot be denied. Gasp! Indeed. That is why the Grand Grimoire is a weapon well suited for this witch trial. At the moment, you are tantamount to a knight without a sword. Hi. New pose. I feel more like an attorney without a chance, actually.
Right then, Mr. Wright. I'll explain how the Grand Grimoire works.
This is a mechanic?
Have a look at the touch screen and then you'll see the Grand Grimoire button. Touching the Grand Grimoire button will open up the Grand Grimoire.
I love when you do the thing when you borrow from Chris save data, just the little like the at the end of every sentence, like that same inflection.
Because that's a really good inflection for Luke.
It really sticks in my brain, and every time you do it, I'm like, I know, I see you. You will be able to present spells from the Grand Grimoire in much the same way that you would present evidence. This book will surely be a most important asset for us in this trial.
Oh, that reminds me. I've gone ahead and bookmarked the spell Ignace for you.
The spell Ignace has been bookmarked in the Grand Grimoire.
Ignace. That's the magic spell all of the witnesses said they heard, right? Nick, you should take a look at the spell.
All I have to do is touch the Grand Grimoire button.
The runner has been given more than enough time. It would seem this trial has reached its end.
Summons a circle of flame within a 1 meter radius of the caster. Requires an incantation and a scepter to cast. You fucking dipshits. Is that understood, Sir Apprentice Baker? This case is quite straightforward, with very little room for doubt. The witness's testimony, coupled with the illustration of the time of the murder, makes it quite clear what must have occurred. And then they cut back to the image just so you see she wasn't holding a scepter. This murder was the result of magic. And furthermore, the caster of said magic was none other than the accused. Or would they say accused? That, Sir Apprentice Baker, is the truth. Best you go back to baking, for I believe your days in the courtroom have crumbled. Arg! Is everything okay, Mr. Wright? Yes. It would seem that photographs do not exist in this world. Photos don't exist. I guess that makes sense. Ye olde time period and all. The sketch drawn by the court illustrator. Therein lies your final chance, Mr. Wright. My final chance? I understand the witnesses have already finished their testimony. However, if you could perhaps find a clear contradiction within this illustration. There's another contradiction. In that case, there's still hope that I can turn this about.
But Mr. Wright, you have to hurry! Look, the judge!
He's so stressed he's tamping down the soft earth.
Oh.
He
looks ready to deliver his verdict any second now!
This is it. This is my last chance. What should I do?
Give up. Go home.
Fuck this, I'm out of here. It's no good. I've pretty much run out of evidence. I just can't see another contradiction anywhere.
Just a moment, Mr. Wright!
Huh?
Isn't the Grand Grimoire a new piece of evidence?
Now that you mention it.
Mr. Wright, I explained to you how to view the
Okay, we you don't need to tell us again.
Okay, I can't give up just yet. Hold it! 1 second, Your Honor. The defense requests permission to have another look at the court illustration. I think there might be a contradiction in there.
Objection!
You are already out of time. All testimony and evidence given thus far has been proven to be accurate.
Objection!
I wouldn't be so sure, Inquisitor Barnum. Gasp. There's just one thing you've overlooked. A piece of evidence within this book.
The Grand Grimoire!
Absurd. I overlooked something. You are the defender here. You should have examined the tome earlier. You're right, I should have. But unfortunately, I was nothing but a simple baker until just now. Interesting. You've certainly begun to show your true colors, Sir Blue Knight. Let us see what type of knight you truly are. Have at you!
Enough talk. Have at you. The defender will now show us this supposed contradiction.
Die, lawyer.
You don't belong in this world. Me when I appear in the Karayin court in 2000 and what is it, 28?
Yeah. And he doesn't belong in this world.
Yeah.
It is not by my hand that I am once again
given book.
I was called here.
By book.
The court illustration and the Grand Grimoire. Somewhere there's a contradiction between these two, and I've got to find it. This is my last chance.
Defender uses magnifying glass to locate the point of relevance. Reveal the contradiction. We get it, let us go.
I don't know which hand of hers is considered to... I guess the bucket one? Or the...
Bucket, maybe? Maybe it's just either of her hands. Just be like, she isn't holding a scepter.
Got it.
Got it. Contradiction is... here.
The hand of the accused. She appears to be holding a milk bucket.
Yes, but that milk bucket was said to have vanished from the crime scene. It's quite possible that there's an important reason behind its disappearance.
Inquisitor Barnum, what is your thoughts?
It is quite mysterious indeed, my lord. However, the Inquisition believes it bears no relation to this case. Forest wolves simply came and stole the bucket. Nothing more. Let us not dwell on the milk bucket for the time being, Mr. Wright. Rather, we should first consider any information within the Grand Grimoire. Okay.
We are!
Am I stupid? My apologies, Your Honor. Please give me one more chance.
Roger, but be warned, you're running out of chances, Defender.
I guess it is her empty hand.
Got it.
It's hard to point to the absence of something in a picture.
Yeah.
The contradiction is right here.
Hand of the accused, she seems to be holding a lantern.
What is your point?
Oh, he's holding it.
Oh, holding a book.
It's like his... He better smack it with the back of his hand like he does with the papers.
Please.
Requires the use of... Sorry, the recorded book requires the use of the witch's scepter as well as an incantation, isn't that right? Correct. For witches to use magic, they must be in possession of a witch's scepter, also known as a talia magica. If that's the case, then there's one thing that doesn't add up. Take another look at Miss Cantabella's hands. Tell me, do you see the witch's scepter in either of her hands? There we go. Let's see you point that sword at me now.
You did it, Mr. Wright! But wasn't that contradiction just a little too obvious?
Leave me alone.
You may be right, Luke. Oh, like it's a setup?
Eh?
It would certainly appear that the good Inquisitor is taking this particular oversight rather too well. That is correct, Sir Apprentice Baker. But you should not underestimate me. Gasp. This is perhaps your first time seeing this item, is it not? Right here is the very scepter you mention. Oh, okay. One of the witnesses found it tossed in the shrubbery on the side of the path.
Yes, indeed that was I. I located it. My feet found themselves ensnared in the blasted thing, and it sent me flying through the air.
I think it's really funny that they were just like, we gotta use this witness again.
Yeah.
Because it's like really obvious that Curio Correcta is just an iteration of that same guy.
He's back.
Somehow, I'm not surprised to hear you fell, Gramps. Phoenix!
This scepter does seem to carry a most sinister air.
Indeed, my lord. However, the scepter will only work while in the hands of a witch, with the incantation being said aloud.
Aw, that's too bad. I wanted to try lighting some stuff on fire.
I believe that about you, Maya. Please don't look at me when you say that. You see, there are 2 magic gems set in this scepter. Magic gems? Looks like a red gem and a white gem. These gems each contain a particular magic spell. By simply looking at these magic gems, one can easily determine which magic spell can be used.
Nick, quick, look at this page.
Oh yeah, it's got the...
Oh, it's got a picture of the red. It's a different looking red gem, though. It's a different shaped red gem.
Is it?
I believe so, yeah. That one's in the shape of a fire. The red gem in the snake's mouth, I think, is a bit different shaped.
Is it? Is that the red magic gem?
Oh, no, never mind. Fuck me.
Indeed, the red gem you see here is the spell Ignaze. And if you look carefully, you should notice that this scepter also has one more spell that can be used. One more spell? That must be the white gem.
Mr. Wright, I found it! Here's a spell for the white magic gem.
Demir. Causes anything that can... Wait, if the spell is Demir, then why is the incantation Amir?
No, that is to make it reappear. You say Demir in order to make it disappear, and you say Amir to make it come back.
I have no reading comprehension, thank you.
I read through it fast, and I was like, wait, that doesn't make sense, so I read it through again, so that's why.
I got it.
I figured it out just moments before.
Simply chant Amimir to make it reappear. Causes anything the caster touches to vanish from sight. Invisible milk bucket.
Invisible milk.
Why? I see you managed to work it out in that crusty head of yours. That's just... It can't be. The reason the witch's scepter couldn't be seen is because the magic spell Demir had made it disappear? That was quite the wind-up, buddy.
Damn.
That's right. In other words... The accused conjured a cowardly spell to camouflage her own use of magic. No. No way!
Order! 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 Inquisitor Barnum, please submit the scepter into evidence.
Objection!
Hold on, please.
Is there a problem, Sir Baker?
Okay, I understand this is a witch's scepter. However, whether or not the scepter was in Miss Cantabella's possession has not yet been proven. What are you talking about, Sir Apprentice Baker? Isn't it obvious? I'm talking
Isn't it
about...
obvious?
Fingerprints. I'm talking about fingerprints. Supposing Miss Cantabella did in fact handle the witch's scepter, then her fingerprints should still be on it. What are fingerprints? What's with this silence?
You said fingerprints? Inquisitor Barnum, tell me, just what is this Baker blabbering about?
I haven't the slightest clue, my lord. It is the Baker's first time in court, after all. Huh? I'm afraid it's no use, Mr. Wright. In this world,
It would seem the concept of fingerprinting does not yet exist. What? I can't believe it. As I have said already, best you head back to the bakery, lest you continue to serve this court more of your half-baked ideas.
Oh, I'm sorry, you're right. I should have said fingerprinting.
The concept of fingerprinting does not yet exist in this world.
That was my bad. Thank you. Thank you for holding me accountable and calling me out.
Yeah, that was needed. Accountability.
Exactly. They're about as half-baked as your terrible puns, Barnum.
Forensic science does not exist here. Instead, this is a world in which witches and magic are accepted as fact. Truly fascinating.
Telea Magica added to the court record. What the heck? There are just way too many things I don't know about this world. I feel this way in the regular world, Phoenix, so,
yeah,
you know?
Same.
Mr. Wright, I believe you may be able to take these things you don't know and use them to your advantage.
Huh?
The Inquisition believes there is no room for debate on this matter. The accused clearly attempted to conceal her magic. Better luck next time, Sir Apprentice Baker. Mayhap your next loaf will not leave such a bitter taste in our mouths. Now then, my lord, I believe it is time. I ask that you render your unwavering verdict.
Objection.
Ha! Layton objection.
Layton objection.
Oh, they play his theme.
Yay!
Like how Phoenix gets his objection theme, they play Layton's theme.
Yes.
That's so cute. It doesn't really work as an objection theme, but it's fun.
Yeah.
Pardon the interruption. May I have a word, Inquisitor Barnum?
What's that? Who might you be?
My name is Herschel Layton. I am a friend of the accused. Inquisitor Barnum, please allow me to confirm what you believe happened on the night of the crime. You claim the witch's scepter was made to disappear through the use of magic, is that correct?
Indeed. Through the magic spell Dimir.
If possible, would you mind providing proof of this particular claim?
What?
You claim the scepter was not seen. Indeed, that is one possibility. However, a wise man must always consider every possibility.
What say you, Inquisitor Barnum? Can the Inquisition fulfill the request presented by the gentleman with the unusual hat?
The Inquisition cannot honor this request for proof. If you are asserting that the accused is not a witch, then the burden of proof lies at the feet of the defender. Come on, it's the Inquisition's job to prove that a crime was committed.
As I thought. Indeed, it would appear the accepted method of thinking in this world differs greatly from our own.
How regrettable, Sir Apprentice Baker. And you, Sir Dark Hat.
Inquisitor Burnham, sir, should you required, I stand ready to lend my testimony.
A group hold it?
That's so cute.
Why did they never use that again after this?
Would anyone care to purchase any pre-testimony flowers? I got a lovely array of bewitching lilies. Snowy and I will not be dismissed so easily. We came here to expose the identity of this witch. Isn't that right, Precious?
Oh, witch's scepter, you say? Yes, I know of such a scepter. Allow me to elucidate the matter. What do you think, Inquisitor Barnum?
Your witnesses appear to have something to say on the subject. Very well. Most honorable witnesses, I grant your request to testify once more. Tell the court all you know regarding this Talia Magica. Oh, well, we've somehow managed to keep the trial going. I owe you one, Sir Dark Hat. Please, Mr. Wright, Mr. Layton will suffice for the time being. It's you, by the way.
Fuck. When I saw her, the witch was carrying a large milk bucket with one hand and a lantern in the other.
The girl had a lantern hanging from her wrist. Her hand was contorted in a strange way.
Holding it invisibly.
Got a good look at her hand. It looked for certain that she was gripping something.
A witch was holding a scepter in her right hand. She did not drop it once before she was apprehended.
I see. The accuser's hand was contorted in a strange way. I do believe this is quite an important piece of testimony.
I saw it. I most certainly saw it. She was holding an invisible scepter. We saw it too. It was that girl up there, without a doubt.
I as well. These old eyes don't see as well as they once did, but I witnessed the hazy, blurry form of the accused quite clearly.
Don't tell the court you're blind.
My eyesight is as sharp as the edge of my trusty blade.
A toy sword. How fascinating. Although, I wonder if he understands the implications of that analogy on his vision.
Sir Becker, you may proceed with your interrogation.
Mr. Layton's given me another chance. I can't let it go to waste. Oh, well that's easy. I don't know if they're gonna make me take steps before this leap, but the most obvious thing is how does she drop the lantern without letting go of the scepter?
Yeah.
Objection!
You dunce. There is a high probability that Ms. Cantabella was not holding the scepter. But if, for the sake of argument, she had been holding it, she would undoubtedly have dropped it at the time of the incident. What do you mean? What I mean, Inquisitor Barnum, is that this lantern proves the defendant was not holding the scepter.
Objection!
What foolishness are you spouting, Sir Apprentice Baker? The lantern's handle was around the accused's wrist.
Objection!
Meaning she could have held the scepter? I'm afraid that's not the problem here, Inquisitor Barnum. The problem is with the broken glass, and the mud plastered all over it. What? The rain had ended just as the murder was taking place. That would make the path fairly muddy, don't you agree? When the thieves grabbed Miss Cantabella by the arm, the lantern must have fallen into the mud.
A lantern?
Fell into the mud? Of course, that makes sense, doesn't it, my little snowy rowy?
Well, what do you say, Inquisitor Barnum? If she was holding the scepter at that time, that would mean that when she dropped the lantern, the scepter would have fallen along with it. Bye, Danica. It was good to have you around.
What's going on? Inquisitor Barnum seems speechless.
That defender's managed to turn the thing around, even though he's just some baker.
No way! Pay the witch's accomplices no heed! They're just trying to trick you!
Ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum.
Just what is this?
Hold it! One moment, please! Everyone, please listen. Didn't we all just stand here and explain to the court what we clearly saw? It's a lantern, so what? What's so special about it? Explain it to me so I can understand.
So that you can understand? Well, I mean, it's pretty obvious just by looking at it. Mr. Wright. What is it, Mr. Layton? There is something about this witness. Miss Kira, was it? Did she do it? I just realized her name is Kira.
Killer.
Do you know how pissed off I'm gonna be if she fucking committed the crime?
And her name is
And
Killer.
her name is Miss Kira? Game of all time.
Truly.
Miss Kira, was it? Tell me, Miss Kira. How good is your eyesight, exactly?
Huh?
As you just heard Mr. Wright explain, the answer to your query is quite obvious at a glance. Tell me, are you able to see the mud present on this lantern?
Mud? What mud? What are you talking about?
Your Honor, did you hear that just now?
Yes, indeed. What does it mean exactly?
It means that Miss Kira's poor eyesight is the reason she cannot see the mud present on this lantern. In other words, the validity of Miss Kira's testimony is questionable at best.
I love how they're low poly they look from the back.
Yeah.
Order in the court. What is the meaning of this?
What say you in your defense, witness? I highly recommend you give us nothing but the truth.
I'm sorry, Inquisitor Barnum. It's true, I need to wear glasses. All the time, in fact.
You need to wear glasses.
Ah, now that you mention it, I did notice something odd about you today.
Oh, I thought you looked familiar. Gone is the mist that clouded my mind. In its place, clarity.
Fair maid and a pair of spectacles are as valuable as a shield for to a knight. Make haste and procure another pair.
Did she lose them? Now then, Miss Kira, tell me, at the time of the incident, were you wearing your glasses?
No, I was not wearing them. The truth is, I lost my glasses a couple of days ago.
You lost them? So, her glasses were missing during the time of the incident. Mr. Wright, might I recommend you keep note of this fact? It could prove useful later. Got it.
As I am to believe that there is nothing left to prove on this matter? At the time of the murder, the accused did not have a witch's scepter in her possession.
Sweet. Trial over.
Wait just a moment. Now we don't have much more left to say.
She sounds a lot like the voice you've been giving her.
I'm glad that I was able to clock her right.
That's right, my trusty sword of justice shall cut through this witch's treacherous lies. I may have lost my glasses, but I haven't lost my will to testify.
She just ate it.
Crunch.
Eureka! I remember now. Old age has a way of sneaking up on me. I'm sure you must understand.
Yeah, I understand. I understand you're all completely ridiculous.
It would seem we have not yet arrived at a clear-cut verdict. Witnesses, you may once again begin to testify to the court. Tell us about the scepter and how it was used in the detestable display of witchcraft that you all witnessed tonight.
Drow is not holding the scepter in the same hand as the lantern, which means it must have been in her other hand.
They use it as holding a milk bucket in the court illustration. Who's to say she wasn't also holding the scepter in that hand?
Why won't you just give us that illustration to look at?
The milk bucket is lighter than it looks. Even Snow could carry it, so she could have easily held the scepter as well.
I struggle to believe that a full bucket of goat's milk is light.
As well as that heavy metal scepter with stones in it that's probably extremely top-heavy.
I think it's mostly wood. But still, it's thick.
It still has gigantic gemstones in it.
Yeah.
I did not see this milk bucket. Everything felt like an illusion.
He almost sounded like slow Valent for a second there. The scepter was in her other hand, you say? Indeed, such a proposal is feasible.
Yeah, I tend to end up giving a lot of characters that kind of accent.
The thing is that when you play video games that have a lot of voice acting, you end up having to use similar voices for people.
You just do same accent, different voice, and that's just a new that's a new voice. You're just mixing and matching accents and registers. That's all it is, baby.
Yeah.
So, Baker.
Yes, Your Honor.
It is the strangest thing. The longer this trial goes on, the more you begin to resemble a legitimate defender.
Huh?
Well, no matter. Defender, you may begin your interrogation.
I think it's really funny how the witnesses look really low poly from the back, but even like from the front, you can tell that their models are way lower resolution than any of the main characters. Which, like, yeah, on 3DS hardware, like, we've upscaled it so the difference is way more obvious, but, like, on the original hardware, absolutely do that. They don't need to look that good. I mean, like, they look great. They're just, you know, crunchy in comparison. Hi, what do you mean by that? You didn't see the bucket.
Indeed. Naturally, there was no way of me noticing the witch before the crime occurred. My mind was placid as the most placid of placid lakes.
There's a lake in, New York, I think, called Lake Placid.
I believe that.
I think it's New York. I know that I went there while I lived in New York.
But like the early bird on its morning hunt for that elusive worm, my senses remained vigilant.
You do realize the other witnesses have all testified to having seen Miss Cantabella carrying that bucket, though.
And when you have journeyed as far as I have through life, you find all is but an illusion. That is, except for Lord Storyteller, of course.
They cut to Barnum and his eyes are closed, he's just calmly sitting there silently. Like he's like, okay.
Okay.
Witnesses' testimonies are relying on pure speculation this time. That means there has to be a hole in there somewhere.
We've got Inquisitor Barnum sweating bullets in that armor of his. I said he's about ready to throw it all off.
I'm not even going to begin to tell you what's wrong with that statement, Maya.
Hold it!
But did you actually see that with your own eyes?
hid the scepter from my sight. I did not see it per se. However, through my years of knightly training, I have learned to see through such cunning trickery.
Is that so?
For example, this morning I found myself unable to locate the whereabouts of my trusty blade. Its location was a mystery. So I tried my hardest to think and I remember where I had kept it last, and before long... Behold! Transpired I was carrying my trusty blade in its scabbard all along. Life is riddled with such trickery. Would you say life is riddled with trickery, Nick?
Only if we're talking about my life, Maya.
Hold it!
The court illustration. That's right. Judging by this sketch alone, it does look possible for her to have held the scepter. The scepter. What the fuck? Why did I say scepter? However, if you try actually holding that thing, you'll notice just how thick it is. No way she could have been holding it.
Objection!
That is nothing more than mere speculation. You cannot say for certain that she was unable to hold it. Oh no, you're right, it is metal. It has a metal core through... Although, it doesn't... Okay, it doesn't go all the way down. I see now. That's weird. You say speculation, I say it's a fact. There's just no way Espella could have been holding that thing. As expected, this testimony is filled with nothing but assumptions and conjecture. Mr. Layton. You know, Mr. Wright, there does not appear to be any usable evidence present in the court illustration. Yeah, I agree. It does look that way. The milk bucket ended up disappearing from the scene. Could that actually be an important piece of evidence in itself? I was kind of hoping I'd get to, like, investigate more. But now it just kind of lets me look more closely. Interesting. Okay. Well, now I'm interested in why it lets me look so closely. It makes one think.
Hold it!
Just 1 second, Miss Mary.
What is it now? Snowy and I don't have all night, you know. Come on and out with it.
I just have one question regarding your testimony. How exactly did you know that the bucket Miss Cantabella was carrying was light enough for Snowy to carry?
Well... See, the girl always uses the same bucket whenever she comes to buy milk from us. Naturally, I would have seen that bucket countless times before.
You've seen it countless times before. That doesn't answer my question. You specifically said that bucket is lighter than it looks. Miss Mary, at some point tonight you must have held that bucket yourself.
Oh.
Are they doing a same-day trial? They keep saying tonight.
Yeah, I believe so.
Did this just happen like an hour ago?
Mm-hmm.
Now then, please enlighten us as to exactly when you got your hands on the bucket.
It's true. Well, that time Robs and Mugs had already been burnt to ash.
And then I noticed the milk in the bucket that the girl had been holding in her hand.
The milk?
Then when those two went up in a blaze, Snowy and I made a dash for the bucket. As the girl stood there looking confused, we took the milk from her to make sure it was okay.
Huh? Unbelievable. Witness, you...
Well, it was just so wasteful. Thought of all that disgusting ash falling to such precious milk. I felt like I just had to protect the milk, so I took the bucket back to the farm with me.
Madame, do you mean to tell the court that you took evidence from a crime scene back home with you?
That explains why we were unable to locate the milk bucket at the scene.
Oh, my, you scared poor Snowy. Here, I brought the bucket with me anyway. See, I didn't even tamper with the milk.
I'm sure you didn't.
Or shall accept this milk bucket as evidence.
Oh, and then the way the bucket's built, you couldn't hold something while you're holding the handle. Looks like that's one more piece of evidence for us. At least I think so, anyway, yeah? You couldn't...
No.
This is not conducive to that at all.
Yeah, absolutely not.
Back to the testimony. Let's say for the testimony, still it's only bound to be there. Gotta find the contradictions. Forest wolves. You know, look at the... Yeah, Maya. It looks different from the sketch.
Objection!
All of your testimonies have come to the same conclusion. The scepter was not in her right hand with the lantern. Therefore, it must have been in her other hand that was holding the bucket. However, that's not it. Not by a long shot. What do you mean? Contrary to what one of the witnesses stated, the milk bucket was in fact at the crime scene. And you'll also notice something about this bucket. Take another look at the court illustration. Something about the bucket seems a bit odd, wouldn't you say?
Objection!
This illustration was based on eyewitness accounts, so a small discrepancy or two is conceivable.
Objection!
Actually, Inquisitor Barnum, it's highly likely that this illustration is much less accurate than you think. In fact, there is a blatant contradiction present in this illustration. Admittedly, it does at first look possible that Miss Cantabella was holding the scepter and the bucket at the same time. However, if you look at the real milk bucket, that possibility goes up in smoke. Here, let's have a look at the real deal. Notice the handle? That cannot be. Oh, but it is. This particular milk bucket has two pieces of wood on either side of the handle. If you were to try and hold both the scepter and this bucket, well, let's just say that'd be a challenge. To put it simply, there is no way anyone could hold both the bucket and the scepter at once.
What?
That must mean... Clearly you have the wrong bucket.
I never lie when it comes to milk. That's the very bucket I took.
It looks like the witnesses are as surprised about this as Barnum. The defendant couldn't have been able to hold the bucket and the scepter at once. Also, we have already established that she was not holding a scepter in her right hand. Therefore, the defendant, Miss Espella Cantabella, was not holding a witch's scepter at any point during the incident.
Sir, I said order. Just what is the meaning of this? In all my days as a judge of this course, I have never heard such an argument. These are but a paltry set of words, and yet they ring with such remarkable strength.
Your Honor, what you just heard was logic. Logic, you say?
Oh my god. What is with these two?
They just silenced Inquisitor Barnum with mere words.
Such foolishness! This must be some type of witchcraft.
Wait, do you think?
Could they be witches?
It would seem that the concept of logic does not exist in this world.
Right, then let's take this chance to knock their case down a peg or two.
I'm worried if we keep this up, we'll all be joining Espella in a one-way trip to the flames. Sorry. I got ahead of him. Why do you do such a big wind-up?
He's gotta.
Most intriguing. A knight allows his sword to speak for him during battle. You have spoken with a sword of words. So be it. I too shall wield such a blade. What do you mean? Sir Blue Knight, there appears to be a hole in this logic of yours. A hole? According to earlier testimony, it was believed the accused had the lantern hanging from her wrist by the handle. However, she supposedly dropped it, hence it being covered in mud. That's right. While that may be true, it does not necessarily mean the accused was therefore unable to use magic. Hi, Jamie!
Hi, Jamie!
Yeah, British.
It is merely a question of when she dropped the witch's scepter.
What do you mean, Inquisitor Barnum?
It is very simple, my lord. The accused, while first holding the lantern and the witch's scepter, cast her magic. Then, she dropped both the lantern and the scepter.
Oh. The witch's scepter was dropped after the spell was cast? Of course, yes, that must be it.
What say you, Sir Blue Knight? That is but a taste of the knightly knowledge of the Inquisition.
Wow, Sir Barnum cut through that baker's witchery like a hot knife through butter.
Exactly, I expected nothing less from the hand of Burnham.
Hand of Barnum. Oh, to be able to shake that powerful hand someday. Barnum, Barnum. That Inquisitor isn't quite what he first appeared. Yeah, sure seems that way. Just a moment ago, it seemed like he'd never even heard of a logical debate. Now he's suddenly using it against us. This guy is no joke, that's for sure. Now then, most honorable witnesses, I ask that you lend us your aid once more. I request that you all testify to the court once more. Tell us which occurred first, the dropping of the lantern or the casting of the spell.
Witnesses, you may begin your testimonies. Tell this court in your own words about the sequence of events which transpired tonight.
Of course, the lantern fell to the ground after the incantation of Ignace. Sploosh!
I'm as
sure Snowy is white. I made certain to keep my eyes peeled on that milk bucket after all. Besides, how can you be sure the lantern fell just because it had little mud on it?
Besides, do not lie. I saw the lantern in the Yakuza's hand when the incantation was uttered.
Figures. Their testimonies are all over the place now.
Can I just say the fact that all of these people watched this girl get attacked and did nothing?
Yeah, that really is what they're alleging. That, like, they
all watched her in great detail and did nothing.
Yep. That's the way it goes.
These 4 testimonies, they are most interesting. The witnesses all saw the same thing, and yet, people's memories are evidently quite fickle. They can never be a truly reliable source.
I like how this game is much more explicitly playing with the idea of witnesses that are not lying, but whose memories are genuinely changing based on suggestion.
Yeah.
Because that is realistic.
Mm-hmm.
The idea of, like, kind of, you know, you're so willing to be like, oh, yeah, that makes way more sense. That's definitely what I saw then.
Mm-hmm.
And kind of just accepting that. I really like that that's kind of the route they're taking with this group witness thing, because Ace Attorney hasn't really done that before. At least not to such an extent where it's, like, really obvious.
Yeah.
It's Luke.
Well then, Professor, with enough poking and prodding, I bet we can really cause their testimonies to crumble.
I keep forgetting that Luke is here, I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah. Of course. We need to exploit their fickle memories to turn this thing about.
We've got this, Nick. We'll press them so hard they won't even remember what they had for breakfast.
Hey Maya, can you still channel spirits? Because that would be funny. I can't even remember what I had for breakfast.
So, Baker, you may begin your interrogation.
Hold it!
What do you mean?
Well, maybe the mud was already on the lantern before any of this happened. Did he ever think of that?
Before any of this happened?
Like, maybe it's been there since last week. It didn't rain last week, too, after all. Or it did rain last week. And if that's the case, then there really isn't any point arguing about whether or not she dropped the lantern. Right?
I hope she is the killer, because I would love to see her breakdown animation.
Yeah. Indeed. What do you say, Defender?
I say take a closer look at the lantern.
Take a closer look at that lantern.
Take a closer look at that lantern. You'll notice there's mud on the glass.
Mud on the glass?
The lantern wouldn't be very useful with all that mud blocking out the light. Miss Kira, I'd say your little theory regarding this lantern is muddy at best.
Oh.
I could point at witnesses till the cows come home. But that wouldn't turn this testimony into anything I can use. I've got to find a lead somewhere. But earlier, you stated that Miss Cantabella had the lantern hanging from her wrist.
Well, not quite. We didn't say for certain. We only believed that it was on her wrist.
Believed?
how you sniff milk when you're not quite sure if it's gone bad? And your nose is assaulted by all the fowl that you weren't expecting? Well, it's a bit like that.
Heed my words, madam. Do not make a habit of stealing for your own safety.
All I said was sorry. Please, it was all Snowy's fault.
Oh, brother.
Oh, as you can confidently say that we both saw the milk bucket, right, Precious? And as for the lantern falling, we don't know much about that, do we now, Schnuckles?
Hold it!
The lantern fell after the incantation. Are you positive about that?
I say, I am positively positive that I am positive. I heard her voice and then... sploosh!
That's sploosh. Was that the sound of the lantern hitting the ground?
Sploosh. Indeed. But of course. Do you see?
But if you look at the lantern, you'll notice that the glass is shattered. You specifically said you heard a sploosh. Shouldn't you have heard the sound of the glass shattering when it hit the ground?
A sound of glass shattering? No, I'm afraid I failed to catch your drift. I was present in an area a bit farther away from the crime scene, you see. I have no recollection of hearing such a sound.
No recollection?
Precisely so. I have, you know, I can easily hear a dog barking across town. Do not underestimate my hearing.
I wasn't. Relax, Grandpa. There is nothing of interest in this testimony. Will the witness with the goat please proceed with her testimony?
Huh? All right. Did you mean us? You startled us, didn't you, Snowy? Maybe you just rush to the end of this whole testimony and then someone will be like, huh, it was weird how she wanted to do something.
Yeah.
What do you think, Nick? Did you notice anything fishy?
Yeah, possibly. I think there may be something I can use.
Really? Wow, I didn't hear anything special.
I love every time Maya does an animation. I'm like, it's so good. It looks just like her art.
This is such a faithful redoing of her.
She's all like
Sprite. It's so good.
She's all scrunched up. Like her shoulders are in just the right place. The face is really good. They adapted it so fucking well. It's so funny knowing this predates Dual Destinies. I'm like, how did you fuck up that badly after doing this? This is a good 3D Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
This 3D Phoenix looks great. This is him. This is my boy. I know him. This is my friend Phoenix. Dual Destinies Phoenix is so scary.
Yeah. I really don't know what happened.
Yeah, I think a lot of it is that, I don't know, like... I have to imagine they had a different...
We have to make him look older. We can't use the same model.
Well, I think they also just had a completely different art team on that one. Because it seems like... I don't know. Because I know they got a different character designer for Dual Destinies. And I don't know if it was the same person again for Spirit of Justice, but I do know it wasn't their usual. It wasn't any of their usuals. Fusei was new. And that's why Dual Destinies looks so different in terms of a lot of the new characters in that one.
Like, my love to Queen, what's her name? Amara?
Yeah.
She does not look like an Ace Attorney character.
Oh, fuck no. Yeah, I don't know if Fusei was on that game too, but I wouldn't be surprised. But yeah, I just wonder if, like, it's... I don't even know. Like, they must have had just a different team on the 3D models, and there just wasn't the same... priority budget.
They tried something different and it didn't work.
I like cannot imagine that this was a very high budget game, but like I don't know. Clearly they had 3D models money. because it looks good.
I'm turning on the air conditioning.
Yeah, fair. Nori also does really well at designs for 3D models, though. Like, as evidenced by the Great Ace Attorney.
Yeah.
Those translated beautifully, but there was definitely something out of place about that one witness's testimony. It was something I haven't noticed from any of the other witnesses so far. It appears you may have found something, Mr. Wright.
I do love it how much, from just the little that I've experienced, how much this silly little non-canon crossover game affected later Ace Attorney games. Like, especially the Great Ace Attorney.
Yeah, like, the influence is so strong, and it's because, like, this game kind of bangs, and they clearly learned from it.
They're like, what if we did more of this stuff on our own?
Yeah, like, Shu Takumi was clearly, like, taking notes. He's like, I was cooking. Let me bring some of this back.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of it has to do, too, with the fact that just, like, this is so lovingly made. Like, this is not a slapdash little silly crossover. Like, this isn't the kind of shovelware you usually expect from that kind of thing.
Yeah.
This is a Layton game that is also an Ace Attorney game.
This is like very much two very creative people loving each other's work and wanting to do something together, as opposed to like, well, let's just mix these things together because it's like money.
Yeah, it definitely feels like something that, you know, regardless of how it started, it's made with a lot of respect for both of the series. Like, I haven't really had much to complain about with, like, characterization so far. Everyone's acting like themselves. I mean, everyone's sharing screen time a lot more, so you know, there's not as much, like, big development on individual characters, but, like, what's there is good. It's certainly better than what I was seeing in games that came later than this.
Yeah.
A 4-witness cross-examination. This is something I've never done before. It was ambitious of them to introduce this concept with 4 witnesses, something that I don't think the Great Ace Attorney ever even did.
I think they did do that later on, but like...
4 witnesses?
Yeah, in Return of the Great Departed Soul.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they just didn't start as 4 witnesses. They had 3 and then, like, somebody else came up or something. Yeah. But then, maybe there's another way I should be tackling this.
I'll have to think about that again. I'll have to look back on my... Oh, dang. I may have to replay the Great Ace Attorney.
Oh, fuck. You're gonna have to replay the Return of the Great Departed Soul?
Oh, I hate that case.
What a burden to bear. I'm so sorry that you're gonna have to replay. You're gonna have to replay what is only the best case in Ace Attorney, hands down.
The hands down best Ace Attorney case.
Yeah, God forbid. I believe it is worth trusting that intuition, Mr. Wright. Okay, got it. Alright, let's try pressing that old man one more time.
Hold it!
The lantern fell after the incantation. Are you positive about that? I'm positive about it. Sploosh. Sploosh? You heard it. Sploosh? That's weird because the glass bork. No, it was definitely a sploosh. I don't get your drift at all.
Hold it!
There it is. They froze. He just stopped time.
Wow.
Is that what his hold it does? There it is, right there. I knew I heard something strange.
Huh? The old Greatbeard didn't say anything weird.
Maya, it's not the old guy that said something weird. It's the person next to him.
Next to him?
Oh, look there, Professor, the goat lady. She looks really deep in thought.
It would seem. She has noticed something odd in this elderly gentleman's testimony.
Ah! That's right! These cross-examinations have 4 witnesses. Hey, Nick. It looks like we're not the only ones paying attention to these testimonies.
Even her sprite transitions are good.
Yeah.
You're right, which means if they're all listening to each other's testimonies. Correct, Mr. Wright. Each witness is fully aware of themselves and their own actions when in the middle of their own testimonies. However, it is while listening to the testimonies of others that the witnesses may sometimes reveal the most valuable information. I see. It's habitual. They can't tell they're doing it, but I can. And I'm gonna use it to turn the tide back in our favor. So this is at least like the 5th time they've said Gyakuten, really obviously, I think. In fact, I do believe I may have spotted our first opening in which to test this new technique. Mr. Wright, can I draw your attention to the touch screen? The touch screen? Sliding the magnifying glass during a witness's testimony will allow you to shift your focus across to another witness. Oh, that's fun, mechanically.
Yeah.
Right, so the important thing here isn't the witness that's in mid-testimony. It's the other 3 witnesses listening. It's just a matter of catching them off guard and questioning them.
What are you waiting for, Nick? Let's give it a shot. How about we try questioning the goat lady next to that old graybeard? Just like Skyrim.
All I have to do is slide the magnifying glass over to that witness. I wonder if that's how it worked on the 3DS Great Ace Attorney.
Huh.
Because this is a really fun way to do that. I really like this. That's clever.
Hang on!
Hang on! I love how he said that too. Hang on! Thanks, Nick. Excuse me, Miss Mary.
Oh, do you mean us? But Snowy and I have nothing else left to say.
I knew it. I caught her completely by surprise. Mr. Wordsmith that was a voice break. Mr. Wordsmith just gave his testimony. He told us all about the sound he heard when the lantern fell to the ground. Mr. Wordsmith didn't seem too sure. But I wonder if you might happen to have something to say about this?
Well, that's... Isn't that all right? Is that all right, Miss Burnham? May we answer the question?
Miss Barnum?
Sir Burnham.
Do what you will, madam. There is no need for formalities. Huh?
Well, we'll try and explain, won't we, Snowy? Truth is, we did hear something. That is to say, we heard the sound of the lantern's glass shattering. Well, sure of it was frighteningly loud. Quite startled us, didn't it, Snowy dear? I looked in the direction of the sound, but I couldn't see anything, let alone the girl or those 2 thieves. It was a tad dark after all.
The glass shattered, the flame inside must have gone out, hence she could not see them. That seems to be the gist of it.
Then as I peered into the darkness, I heard it.
You heard it? What did you hear exactly?
You know, that I heard. The incantation for the spell Ignace.
So there you have it. What did you just say?
Now hold it right there, witness.
Yes, my lord.
The glass shattered when the lantern fell. Then, after that, you heard the incantation for the spell Ignace. Do you swear to this court that this is, without a doubt, correct?
Yes, maybe, I think.
How about my testimony? What of my oratorical observation? A blasted spelling maze occurred first. Then the lantern plummeted to the ground.
I heard no such thing. There's no sound of shattering glass.
Absurd! Simply absurd. So the lantern fell and the glass shattered. That does not change the very fact that this girl is a witch.
Objection!
hate to disappoint you, but that's not quite the case. In fact, this testimony changes things a lot. Wouldn't you agree, Inquisitor Barnum?
What is the meaning of this?
Let's go over what we know so far. In order for a witch to use any magic, they must be holding a witch's scepter. And yet, none of the 4 witnesses saw the defendant holding a scepter of any kind.
That's because the scepter was made to disappear with the spell Demir, correct?
At the time of the crime, the 2 victims grabbed Miss Cantabella's arm, causing her to drop the lantern to the ground. If, at the time, she was in fact holding an invisible scepter, then the scepter must have fallen when she dropped the lantern. Now, let's say, hypothetically, that Miss Cantabella really is a witch. In order to use any magic, she would have had to recite the spell before dropping the scepter. However, as our witness, Miss Mary, has just stated in her testimony, she heard the incantation for Ignace after hearing the lantern's glass shatter. They were all just like, what?
Hi, Cicely. You're blocking my view?
Okay. Sounds great.
You do all understand what that means, don't you? It means that Ms. Cantabella, the supposed witch you've locked up, could not possibly have cast any magic. Therefore, the defendant, Espella Cantabella, is clearly in no way, shape, or form a witch. Word, whoa.
Such frivolity! You realize what you're insinuating? Do you really think she is not a witch?
Such nonsense! Did you even listen to my testimony? We did, but you're wrong. There's no glass shattering. Why are you calling me a lie, Missy? You couldn't even see the mud on the lantern when it was plain as day.
What ridiculous claims, all of you!
Oh, hush! Take your little toy sword and go back to playing pretend, Sir Knight.
Love that he stopped the music.
No more music.
Witnesses. This is a court of law, not a playground. Must I remind you of the importance of these proceedings? Witches and their magic threaten our fair town of Labyrinthia. Your words here today could decide the fate of every single citizen within our walls. Do you understand? As such, I expect each of you to take your role seriously and testify honestly about what you saw.
In all my days of judge of this court, I have never seen such behavior. Never that leaves a cloud of doubt over the credibility of each of your testimonies.
Indeed, my lord. Quite a miserable set of witnesses, this lot. I see. It would appear this trial has come to a sudden halt. Huh? So, that must mean... Right. It means you have won this trial, Mr. Wright. We've won.
I can hardly believe the situation we have found ourselves in. I did not anticipate this trial ending with such a strange turn of events. Due to these witnesses' dubious credibility, I can see no reason to continue.
She ate another flower, by the way.
What say you, Inquisitor Barnum?
As you wish, my lord.
What is going on?
They're actually going to let this witch run free through the town?
Curses, if it wasn't for that witch and her friends.
Hold it!
Who Who? What?
Wait a bloody second.
Some guy!
Even close to me.
Some guy!
Some guy!
Not before I take the stand to testify.
Who are you?
Boom stuff?
You're literally just some guy, bruv.
Order! Who is this buffoon?
Get his ass. Oh, okay.
Who am I, you ask? Who am I? Why? I'm the man that's gonna single-handedly save this trial on the 5th witness.
Say, what?
What?
Barnum didn't see this one coming.
Oh my god.
Just as I thought, this trial was going down the drain before I got here. Okay, you lot, assemble! We need a strategy meeting ASAP! I said, who are you?
Thank goodness you showed up!
We can't give up now, everyone.
Now let's come down to this. To arms, everyone. We shall do battle against that baker and hat seller.
I can't believe this. What the heck is going on? Truly fascinating. It seems a new witness has taken the stand. What's more, he appears to be quite the formidable witness.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
The witnesses have unionized. This trial is still far from over. Well, now is a perfect time for a break,
Yeah,
I
let's
would
take
say.
a breaky.
This has been so much.
Mm-hmm.
Let's all take a breather to recover from just everything that has happened here on this day. And then we shall return. I'd like it to hit a stopping point where music is playing, if at all possible. We're gonna see if that's... Yeah, okay. We shall leave it here for the moment and be back in 10 to 15 minutes after a brief break during which we will consume snacks and beverages, and you should do the same.
Or else.
Yes, and then after such time, we shall reconvene and continue to play this videoed game. We'll see you all shortly. We return. Video games.
Video game.
Video games. And I don't think we actually read this line.
Well then, we will now continue with the trial of a Speller Candibello.
Five witnesses is certainly more than
Yeah.
we've had. Oh boy. Really, it's a nice touch that they have the sweat drips down his face, but all of it comes from his chin, because it all like
Oh,
pools
that's
and then
fun.
drips. Physics. A group of witnesses huddling up before a joint testimony in a witch trial. You can't make this stuff up.
Inquisitor Barnum, if I may ask a question.
Yes, my lord.
We now have 5 witnesses on the stand, so I must ask.
What the fuck?
Why was this obnoxious-looking man left out of your initial group of witnesses?
Boy, he's right, Barnum. That's just cold-blooded.
There is but one reason, my lord. I did not know this witness even existed.
Huh?
You, sir, failed to come forward. When we were asking for witnesses for this very trial, you were nowhere to be seen.
That's because I didn't hear a peep about it. I ain't usually around at night, except for maybe at Rouge's Tavern.
So, you're basically telling us that you were up all night drinking.
Anyway, it's all water under the bridge now, as far as I'm concerned. Just leave the rest to yours truly.
Are you gonna get a name?
Some guy.
During the last interrogation, the defender brought forth some surprising proof. Namely, that there was little possibility the accused could have used magic. I've never heard such a claim. It must be the doing of this logic.
What rubbish? Logic, you say? I ain't got a clue what that is. I do know that this bread baker, this bread baking baker ought to head back to the bakery. That's what I said.
Eloquently said.
Oi, Grebs, give me and me partners over here a chance to speak. You want to know how this witch managed to be holding that scepter, don't you?
When you say Gramps, you wouldn't mean me, would you?
I fail to see anyone else meeting such a description.
We'll show you she's a witch. Oh, but Snowy's beautiful white coat on it.
On guard!
No, he's from a different game.
Alright, team, let's do this. Witnesses?
Wait. Did they not, like, switch back to their full resolution models? They're crunchier than usual, aren't they?
Yeah, they did not switch back to their full res models for this shot.
Her, like, body actually looks... It seems like their bodies are fine, but their faces are... I guess because the faces are 2D.
Oh, that's why.
Oh, yeah, so they could zoom out. They couldn't render all 5 of the full faces at once. It was too much for the Nintendo 3DS. This is the upper limit of the power of the Nintendo 3DS.
I guess. Let's proceed with the proceedings.
Why do I feel like I've totally lost control of this situation? Well, you have, baby girl.
It's clear as day. Espella's a witch, and we are not backing down on this.
When she dropped the lantern, the scepter was not yet in her hands.
The scepter must have been emitted by magic and carried on her back.
Rogues grabbed her by the hand that held the lantern, so she must have had another way of holding that scepter.
That's easy. The girl just put the bucket down on the ground and picked up the witch's magic stick.
So she had the witch's scepter behind her back, then she dropped the lantern and reached for the scepter after it fell? If that's the case, then it must have been possible for the accused to have used magic.
This is bad. Thanks to this guy, now all the witnesses seem extra determined to pin this thing on Espella. They each harbor a shared anger towards witches and magic. Such is the cause of their strong desire to see a guilty verdict passed as quickly as possible. However, such confidence is undoubtedly bound to cloud their better judgment and thinking. Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think these guys mean any real harm, but...
Do they?
Riled up.
Do they not? They seem like they just really fucking hate Espella, honestly.
Yeah. I wonder what it has to do with these panned across shots, because obviously it can't render all their full res faces. Do you think they just, like, despawn the faces and models as soon as they're out of...
Maybe.
I mean, it seems like it can handle the models. Do you think the faces just pop out of existence once they're off screen?
That would be really funny if so.
I want to believe that's true. Someone's got to camera break this game.
All of their face textures and all of their other textures just disappear.
Yeah, yeah. They're all riled up. They don't even realize how distorted their idea of what happened tonight has become. At least, that's how it seems.
This isn't good, Professor. The witnesses aren't thinking straight. They're completely blind to the truth.
So, Baker... Sir Wright.
Yes!
You do not appear to be a mere simple baker. That much is clear. On the other hand, you are no ordinary defender either.
Never before has a defender managed to clash and do battle with me here, on this battlefield, as an equal. Sir Blue Knight, this trial has not yet been decided. If there is any doubt in your interrogation, I will not hesitate to strike your case down where it stands.
Oh, so he's like, finally a worthy opponent.
Yeah, he's kind of, this is like an honorable duel kind of thing to him. He's like, he's into the rivalry.
Yeah, he's enjoying it.
Yeah. Which is like, that's fun.
Yeah.
That's a fun, like, he still sucks as a person.
Oh yeah.
He's still a terrible person.
He's burning people to death.
Yeah. But it's like, that's fun. You don't get too many prosecutors who like are just kind of into the dynamic, that they love the challenge. They, you know, rather than getting all like flustered, he's like, no one's ever defeated me before, you upstart. He's like, let's do it. Let's go. I'm loving this. Finally,
no one has been able to give me a challenge before. Let's fucking roll.
Yeah.
Defender, please begin your interrogation. Eating the flowers are so fucking funny.
Then she looks really bashful about it afterward,
Yeah.
where she's like, wait a minute.
It's like, I just ate a flower.
She dropped the lantern, the scepter was not yet in her hands. Well...
Objection!
She doesn't have a spell for that. Okay, well fuck me, I guess. Maybe I have to press that. Whatever. Fuck you.
That sound effect is so familiar.
The shattering glass one?
Oh yeah, that's...
this one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that also the same sound effect that they use when you break a psych lock?
Oh, maybe. I wouldn't be surprised.
Hold it!
The witch's scepter was behind her back.
Well, it's like my little darling snowflake here. When my darling gets too heavy, I hoist him up and carry him on my back.
You mean your baby goat, right?
Yes, yes! Isn't a cute little goat in the entire courtroom? Right, precious?
I mean, that's probably true.
Ah!
I know it's been asked already, but you didn't see the witch's scepter, did you?
Me when I'm
asking
talking.
a question.
He's never done that animation before in
Yeah.
the game.
Well, no, but it must have been made invisible by magic and then put on her back. You know, Snowy's such a tiny little thing. If I put him on my back, you can hardly see him.
I hardly see the point of that comment.
So the accused grabbed the witch's scepter after the lantern fall?
Hold it!
She put the milk bucket down? That's right. Reckon if she did that, she'd have no problem holding that thing.
Objection!
But none of the other witnesses have said anything about seeing her put the bucket on the ground.
Nah, but no one said a thing about not seeing her put the bucket down either. Well, yeah, but there you go. He's not probably just didn't see it happen, is all. Oh, 2 of them.
3 of them. All of them.
What the fuck? Okay.
Hang on!
Excuse me, Mr. Wordsmith? What is it? What a busterous blue one. Tell me, what do you make of this witness's testimony just now? He has stated that the defendant put the bucket on the ground. The other witnesses never mentioned that. Let me tell you something, young man. Long have I lived and prospered. Is that a Star Trek reference?
Yeah.
In that time, I have forgotten much. Dreams, aspirations, even love. I simply forgot about the milk bucket, like one would forget about a single drop of water within the bucket. That is life.
Thank you for that, Mr. Wordsmith. No further questions.
I still don't understand a single word that comes out of his mouth, Nick.
Sheesh. I guess it's back to the drawing board.
Oh god, we need to find out who has the correct...
That's wild.
Hold it! Objection!
Well, she with the goat would have been... She was, like, watching the milk bucket.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I wonder if it's also, like, a body language thing. Like, she did do her... Or maybe they all did it. But she's doing her animation. Can you fucking...
Hang on!
Excuse me, Miss Mary?
Oh, you mean Snowy and me?
Tell me, what do you think of the witness's testimony just now? The accused placed the bucket on the ground. No one has said anything about this until now.
That must have been how it happened. The girl probably placed the milk bucket down on the ground. Yes?
Objection!
Miss Mary, you did not mention anything to that effect in your previous testimony. And yet you clearly stated the one thing you were specifically focused on, more than anything else, was the milk bucket. Ergo, you should be able to confirm to the court whether or not the bucket really was placed on the ground.
Objection!
One's memory is not flawless, Sir Blue Knight. Pay attention to what the witness was saying. The accused probably placed the milk bucket on the ground. There is the possibility such was the case.
Yeah, yes, that's right. Isn't it my cute cuddled pumpkin?
I knew it. There's something fishy about her testimony, but... Indeed, it would seem we require a decisive piece of evidence if we are to expose the contradictions in these witnesses' testimonies. Yeah, I just have to think of what that could be. Oh, wait. Is it the fact that the bucket isn't muddy? Because the lantern's all muddy.
Oh!
But the bucket's totally clean.
Mm-hmm.
Objection!
You fools. I got your asses. I'm afraid what really happened is not quite so simple.
What? What you talking about?
It had only just stopped raining moments before the crime took place. As a result, the ground was very muddy. If Miss Cantabella really placed this bucket on the ground like you claim she did, then it should be caked with mud, just like the lantern was after it fell. Well, I'd say that clears up your muddy testimony, wouldn't you? Well, hey, Barnum! What? He looks like he has a headache.
He probably does.
You're just gonna sit there looking pretty? Come on, give me a hand here. Flattery will get you nowhere, witness, other than perhaps to the dungeon. At any rate, there is but one question we ought to ask. Why is there no mud on that bucket? To the witness with the goat, may I ask you a question?
Huh? Are you talking to us?
Indeed. You admitted to the court that you returned home with the milk bucket. Illegally, I must add.
Such harsh words, Inquisitor.
When you took the bucket home, you must have simply wiped the mud from the bucket. Is that correct?
You know, now that you mention it.
No way. Don't tell me.
That milk bucket? Oh, well, that's right. I remember now. I don't know if it was... If what was on the bucket was mud exactly, but it was certainly dirty. I'd taken it inside with me. I remember wiping it clean with an old rag.
Are you kidding me? Exceptional work, Inquisitor Barnum.
Right, it all makes perfect sense. See? We're right all along, weren't we, Inquisitor Barnum?
I knew that sword weren't just for show, Barnum. You sliced his argument in two.
Objection!
Witness. Miss Mary.
What is it?
You're absolutely sure there was mud stuck to this milk bucket?
Well, truth be told, I don't remember if it was mud exactly. But I do remember cleaning the bucket off when I got home.
It would seem the defense has failed to disprove the witness's claims. Of that we can be quite certain.
Sorry, I'm thinking. It's not impossible, but it would be really hard to clean the mud off a bucket without spilling the milk, right?
Yeah.
Like, it still has milk in it. She said it was the same milk. She was actually quite explicit about that.
Mm-hmm.
That she hadn't touched it otherwise. She also said she hadn't touched it otherwise.
Yeah.
Ah, that'll teach you, Bluey. You got that right. Do me a favour, will you, Gramps? I want to change me testimony just a tiny bit.
I'll allow it only if the witness refrains from name-calling in the future.
You got it, my lord. Well, all this court mumbo-jumbo has left me thirstier than a dog in a desert.
He's still going.
That was good. That was good, I like that. The Witcher was holding the stick. I even heard her say the incantation thingy. That's right, I witnessed it all.
Hold it!
But no one knows for sure if Miss Cantabella dropped that milk bucket. Yeah. Because there's no mud on it. Is that what you're saying?
Hey, we went over this already. We know the goat lady wiped off all the mud.
Objection!
However, Miss Mary doesn't clearly remember whether or not it was mud that was stuck on the bucket. Hi.
Sissel thud.
Yeah. It's you, by the way.
Fuck. We really don't remember, but maybe? I guess maybe there was mud on it? I mean, she couldn't hold the scepter without putting the bucket on the ground.
Miss Mary, please give a definitive answer.
You hold on, Bluey. Talk all you want, 'cause it ain't gonna help. You see, the 5 of us, we saw what that witch went and did. I saw it clear as day.
We saw it clear as day. What you doing there, bud? It's just kind of mesmerizing.
A little bit, yeah. He's so shaped.
He really is. I was noticing, like, when they cut to his, like, slightly lower poly model, he's so pointy. He looks like a bowling pin.
He does.
Hang on!
Hang on.
The bowling alley screens when I get a strike.
Excuse me, mister? Earth to Gramps.
Defender, when you say Gramps, might you be, any chance, be referring to me?
No, of course not, Your Honor. Mr. Wordsmith, are you listening?
I heard you quite clearly the first time, young man. His ears hear all the crackling of the fire, the whispering of the crowd, and now, your voice.
If that's the case, then allow me to ask you a question. You were clearly deep in thought just now. Do you have something to say about this man's testimony?
Indeed so. I felt something was amiss. However, what that means, I cannot say.
Amiss? Witness, could you tell us? What precisely was amiss with this third-rate testimony from this third-rate witness? What a burn, Barnum.
5 heads are better than 1. 10 eyeballs are better than 2. As I listened to this man's testimony, I could not help but become aware of something most odd. Tonight, when the crime occurred, we all made haste to that terrible scene. A delicious scent of mid-evening dinner permeated through the air, the shadows of those present cast through the dim light. And yet there were but 4 figures standing in that vicinity, myself included.
4? Hold on 1 second. You're saying that there were only 4 witnesses at the crime scene tonight?
These eyes may be old, but they know what they saw.
Is something the matter, Miss Mary?
No, it's just that Snowy and I are trying to remember what happened at that time. The flames erupting into the air, that's when Snowy and I made our mad dash to save the precious milk. When those 2 ruffians were set ablaze, the flame filled the area with light. That sudden flash of light, we could see that there were other people around besides ourselves. And that's when I saw them. The other people that scrambled to the scene along with us. I'm quite sure of it. There were only 4 of us there at the scene of the crime.
Objection!
Hold it, madam. This. What in blazes is going on? We have 5 witnesses on the stand, all claiming to have witnessed tonight's events firsthand. It means we have 1 witness too many.
Don't be stupid! Oi, You lot better stop speaking out of turn. All for one and one for all, remember? We promised to take this witch down together, didn't we?
It's not that quite simple. We saw what we saw.
Well, I say it's all about the numbers, and I counted. I say. I'll have you...
I'm losing his accent.
I have you know my counting is flawless. On nights when sleep eludes me, I can count sheep from moonrise to sunrise.
4 witnesses, 5 witnesses, what difference does it make? Things all started getting muddled when you showed up.
What the? You saying it's my fault? I was there, you fool. Didn't I just finish saying that?
My testimony is strong as steel, even if it's not completely stainless.
Order, I said order. What is going the fuck on here? You claim the number of witnesses does not add up. I have never paid witness to such outrageous conflict. Hi, Layton.
There is but one answer to this puzzle. A single possibility.
What do you mean?
You know what I love? Because we're Phoenix, the game is treating this like an Ace Attorney like situation, but like there's a lot of Layton puzzles that are like this, where it's like, this group of people is all saying
There's
shit.
one liar.
There's one liar. Who is it? So I'm picturing that being like the way the wheels are turning in Layton's head.
Like this is a different game going on for Professor Layton right now.
It's just such a funny thing to think about how it's like it's such this situation is such a perfect blend of an Ace Attorney situation and a Layton puzzle. It's very funny like that I feel like I can picture exactly what's going through both of their heads. Without a doubt, magic must have been used at the scene of the crime. Furthermore, it would indeed appear that there were only 4 witnesses present at the scene. And yet, currently, we are faced with 5 witnesses testifying to the court. That certainly is quite a fatal contradiction, with only one possible answer. Would you not agree, Mr. Wright? Gasp. The answer. It can't be. You mean to say that someone would go on the witness stand and tell lies? Well, out with this supposed answer, Sir Blue Knight. What is your explanation for the current number of witnesses? Well, this is a fun set of answers. None of them are there's one liar. Well,
there is.
Yeah. One of them's the witch. Well, it might seem far-fetched. The reality is actually rather simple. The real witch, and the real murderer in this case, is actually one of these 5 witnesses.
What?
You're telling us that the witch is amongst this group of witnesses?
Among us.
You're telling me that the witch is among us? Is amongst us?
Amongst us.
What utter rubbish. There is no possible way that such a claim could be true. That's right. You've got a lot of nerve accusing one of us of being a witch.
We have told you nothing but the truth. You still have the gall to bat around such an outrageous accusation?
Behold, my trusty shield deflects your petty words like the petty words that they are.
You got it, Nidal.
Inquisitor Bottom.
Horace Knightley ancestor?
Oh my god.
Yes.
Horace Knightley, born and raised in
in Labyrinthia.
Where are we? Labyrinthia. I would like to see a sketch of the crime scene at the time of the incident. Do you have one in your possession?
Yes, certainly, my lord. I have one here. I requested it from the court illustrator, just in case.
Very well, witness is... I would like each of you to mark your location at the time of the murder. Quickly now!
Here on this crime scene sketch.
Here on this crime scene sketch. Here on this crime scene kitchen.
The number of witnesses doesn't add up. Looks like we're getting somewhere now, but we haven't even scratched the surface of this case yet. And it's all thanks to this top hat wearing gentleman.
Just zooming
What a
in on
tableau!
him.
That was such a good shot.
Court accepts this crime scene sketch into evidence.
Area map added to the court record.
Okay. Oh, is this gonna end up being like a puzzle of like what each of them could have seen from their angle, and then we figure out who's lying about what's possible for them to have seen?
I think
Now
it's
that
Flower
would be
Girl.
an Ace Attorney Layton puzzle if I ever...
I think it's Flower Girl.
I mean, yeah, she's been incredibly sus and her name is Killer.
Yeah.
She hasn't said anything of substance in a hot minute. She's like, we're doubling down. This is what we're saying. We're not backing
It's
down.
either her or the Night Boy.
Oh,
Because
absolutely.
he hasn't done anything of...
Yeah.
He has had, like, the least limelight out of all of the witnesses.
Mhm.
So it's either going to be Flower Girl, who has been setting up some red flags, or him.
If one of the witnesses is the witch, it can only mean one thing. Somebody here isn't telling the truth. It would indeed appear to be the case, Mr. Wright. Listen well, Sir Blue Knight. The path you tread now is a dangerous one. Claiming that a witch is among these most honorable witnesses is a serious accusation, should it prove to be a false one. You will find yourself at the other end of my sword. Do I make myself clear? Huh? But that wasn't so much my suggestion. I mean, the gentleman here with the lovely top hat was the one who urged me to say it.
Just like Layton's expression looking at
just like-
Phoenix, all Phoenix is like...
It's really just... It is the same thing, Sir Blue Knight.
Indeed, it is the same thing, Sir Baker.
It is the same thing, Mr. Wright. Oh boy. Now, ready your sword. Ready? Were you listening? You claim the witch is not the accused and that someone else at the crime scene was the true culprit. If what you say is true, then surely you can tell the court exactly where this person was at the time of the crime. Can you not? Come now, Sir Blue Knight. Only you can enlighten us as to who this real witch actually is.
Sir Doughy Defender. Show us where the witch was at the exact moment the murder took place.
Are we now gonna get puzzle?
I don't know how they... Oh, this is a puzzle.
Can you go to
Yeah.
court record?
Nope, we don't need to.
Oh?
You know why?
Why?
This is a puzzle because they said that they counted the number of people based on the shadows that were cast from here.
Mm-hmm.
And so, in such a situation, if somebody were standing behind someone else relative to the light source, their shadow would not be seen by anyone else.
Oh! Makes you think.
It makes you think, does it not?
Got it.
The real witch was probably this person right here, I think. Fuck me, I guess. This person? You're so bad at this defender stuff, it makes me want a drink. If I may, Mr. Wright, remember that if one of these witnesses is indeed the witch, then there is a high possibility. Yeah, alright. Whatever. A certain person wasn't where they claimed they were. That's on the witch must have caustic maze, right? Okay. Right. Oh, yeah, because I had to be within a meter of the... That was the thing about a maze. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm stupid. I thought I was cooking. But yeah, like, it would have to have been, like, here.
Got it.
I just thought that was a dumb thing to ask. The witch must have been standing here. What is the meaning of this? Unfortunately for you, that spot has absolutely nothing to do with any of these witnesses.
Objection.
Inquisitor Barnum, I suggest you try taking a look at this. A Grand Grimoire. According to this tome, Ignace summons a circle of flame within a 1-meter radius of the caster. In other words, the witch had to have been within 1 meter of the flame when casting the spell.
Objection.
Of course. You needn't say any more, Sir Blue Knight. First off, notice that there is no one else in that area other than the accused. It should also be quite obvious from the sketch that there is clearly nowhere for anyone to hide.
Objection.
Yeah, it's almost like the witch had a fucking invisibility spell or something. Crazy, right? True, there aren't any hiding spots. However, there is one other possibility if a witch wanted to stay hidden from sight. Most intriguing. Since you seem to love showing evidence, prove it. How was the witch able to hide in plain sight?
Take that.
What do you think, Your Honor?
I don't have a clue how this is relevant. What do you think, Inquisitor Barnum?
Am I crazy? I think this mysterious real witch of yours is not the only thing hiding from you, Sir Blue Knight. Huh? Perhaps you should focus your efforts on finding some actual evidence. What are you fucking talking about? Oh, do I have to present from the Grand Grimoire specifically? That's so stupid. That's so dumb. That's really, really dumb.
Take that.
I should have taken both.
Because then I presented, and what's the first
It
fucking
should have
thing Nicholas
taken
says?
both.
Alright, whatever. This Talia Magica contains 2 magic gems. Whatever. Ignace and one other spell. That's right, the spell Demir. Demir. Ah! It cannot be! Just in case. That's right. There was most certainly a witch present at the crime scene. Only, they were completely invisible. All thanks to the magic spell Demir. What foolishness is this?
Order in the court. Defender, what are you getting at? I thought the witch used Demir to make the Talia Magica disappear.
Objection.
According to the Grand Grimoire, under the entry for Demir, it causes anything the caster touches to vanish from sight. In other words, supposing the witch were holding the staff in one hand while touching part of their body with the other, they would be able to make themselves disappear. Are you implying that That is the reason for the conflicting number of witnesses. Indeed it is, which means, witnesses, someone amongst you is not disclosing the entire truth, and that person is the witch we seek. I believe this is the most probable scenario.
Honorable witnesses, will testify to the court one final time. Tell us exactly what you saw and what you did not see at the scene of the crime.
Oh, absurdly absurd! The purpose of this trial is to convict that girl of the crime, is it not?
Sorry, we are not witches.
Witnesses, I ask that you listen. There is a witch mingling among you. There is an impostor among you. That's right. I am afraid you are all no longer brothers in arms. The true opponent here is within your own group.
Sus.
Sus. Sus. The real witch.
I love it. Layton's angry eyes. They're so funny.
It's just like, it's so funny. Any shot of him that includes another character is so fucking funny. Because nobody else looks like that.
Yeah.
The real witch is one of these 5 witnesses, huh? Fine by me. Time to put an end to this trial.
You wish to know where we all were standing tonight? Matters not. What would the flames not burn just the same?
That flame, I never saw anything like it. It quite literally left me speechless. I couldn't even so much as scream.
I heard the tiniest cry, and then when I turned around, the blighters were roasting, so I rushed right over.
I had the incantation and the flame suddenly erupted. I'm certain of it. I also saw 3 people there with us.
I was sure there were only 3 others present, like that man there who was stumbling around like a newborn calf.
No small wonder these witnesses are confused.
A witch amongst the witnesses. What an utterly baseless claim. I don't think so, Barnum. The only baseless claim in this case is of Espella being a witch. It's more than a little likely one of these witnesses is the culprit. These testimonies are bound to tell me who the real witch is. It must have been pretty terrifying, huh?
Yes, it's the kind of thing you only read about in books. The one with that pillar of flame erupted. I could feel my throat tightening up. So difficult to breathe, I couldn't even manage to so much as scream.
Quite. After all, the flames engulfed the scene in the blink of an eye.
Yes, I'm sorry, that's why I can't really remember.
So you can't remember the number of people at the crime scene. Naturally, this is understandable, witness.
It's also why I was a little late getting to the scene compared to the others.
Hold it!
So, including yourself, there were a total of 4 witnesses at the crime scene, correct?
That is how it has come to pass.
By the way, what do you mean by stumbling around like a newborn calf?
Yes, that was a man as inebriated as he was loud. Quite the humorous sight it was, I dare say.
He must mean the witness permanently glued to his cup of whatever it is he's drinking.
When I saw the flames rise up into the sky, I wondered to myself, my word, whatever could that be? However, I could not simply walk over to check. My knees were a bit weak from shock, you see. That's when the wobbly-legged gentleman came running over. Next thing I knew, he tripped over with all the grace of a grizzly bear on stilts.
Hang on!
Something the matter, mister? Mister!
Ah! Oh, turn down the volume, Bluey.
That's my line. Sir Blue Knight, next time please think before trying to press this witness. Looks like this guy even managed to scare Barnum half to death. Now then, sir, about Mr. Wordsmith's testimony just now. He claimed you were stumbling around. What does he mean by that?
I'm gonna set the record straight right now. In no way was I stumbling around anywhere. I'd like to think of it more like staggering with style. A responsible adult should know better than to go stumbling around in the dead of night. Oh, look, I don't just go stumbling around like some clumsy idiot. I've got more sense than that. But anyway, I kind of tripped over a large stone. I mean, you don't exactly see what's on the ground in front of you when you're running at full pelt, right? So, you could say I put my life out on the line, proving that you really need to watch where you're going when you run.
How courageous of you. Someone give this guy a medal. My lord, this testimony is a meaningless waste of everyone's time.
Well, defender, there's a point to this particular line of questioning.
Is there anything worth pursuing here? What should I do? Yes. The witness stated earlier that he tripped over a large stone. Mister, I have one question for you. Why weren't you watching what was in front of you?
Well, to be honest with you, it ain't much of a real reason, but something suddenly caught me attention. Out of nowhere, I had sort of heard someone call out my name.
You heard your name?
Of course, I turned round when I heard it. Who wouldn't? When a woman calls your name, you pay attention, am I right?
So, you heard someone call out, "Hey you," from behind, you mean?
What? I said they called out my name. How many guys do you know called "Hey you"? My name is Amir. And don't you forget it, Bluey. You hear me?
So he heard it from behind him and he turned around. Ugh. Phoenix.
So she was creating an alibi.
Mm-hmm.
Or, I mean, obviously she didn't know his name was Amir, so she
Yeah.
wasn't purposely calling him, but she reappeared so that she could create an alibi when running from the scene.
Yeah.
And then she could act as a witness.
Mm-hmm.
I must say, this gentleman really does not strike me as an Amir.
You know, Professor, it's not a very memorable name, huh?
That's harsh. Honorable witnesses, is there anyone among you who was aware of this man's name prior to now?
Not at all. He's always just been Mr. to me. A knight's name is only as good as the name of the sword he carries.
That's nothing.
That's Owain level shit.
Yeah, but there's no way this guy's coming up with sword names that cool.
Yeah.
And it's the first I have heard of this. I dare say I did not expect his name to be one such as Emir.
I'm sorry, but I didn't know his name either. I only remember the names of most of my most loyal customers.
Okay, it looks like absolutely no one knew this witness's name.
You know, it ain't really much of a surprise to me either. But seriously, I definitely heard someone call me name. When you get to be my age, you really start to wonder when you'll find that true love, you know? I thought that pretty voice tonight might have been me sweetie. Your Honor, I don't believe we should be so quick to label Mr. Ramir's testimony meaningless. Would you not agree? I request that the witness add this amusing anecdote to his testimony.
Understood. Witness, please amend your testimony, but please reflect only the important points of your story.
I'm telling you, I heard someone call me name and looking around trying to find him.
We want to save here, so if you mess something up, you don't have to go through all of that again. We present... Oh. Amir, the spell?
Yeah.
Objection!
Nope, game's
Reset.
not there yet.
Reset.
No, I want to see. I want to see. I want to see how nice
fair.
it is. Huge contradiction in this testimony. Okay, arg.
The court sees no reason to prove and accused Isabella. Now we're going to go dump her in fire.
Whoa!
Are we gonna watch her get dumped into the fire? Especial creature of magic, may the flames purge you from this earth!
No fucking shot. That's so scary.
Yeah! Reload save data.
Video game? So much for a fun evening at home. The knights came and crashed our party. They were shouting all about a witch and a witch trial, talking about coming out of left field. They arrested Isabella and dragged her to the courthouse under suspicion of being one of those witches they mentioned. And if she's guilty, oh, you know, they'll only throw her into a pit of fire. They're joking, right?
Wait, no, I think
That's
Maya's
Maya.
the one
That's
who's
been
reading
Maya.
all of this.
Hold it!
Excuse me, Amir.
Don't sweat, Bluey. Mister, hey you, it's all the same to me.
You stated that you heard your name being called from behind. Are you absolutely sure about that?
Ah, well, right or wrong, it sure sounded like my name. I mean, what else could it have been? I wouldn't have remembered it happening if I hadn't heard something, right? Still, maybe there's a chance I just imagined it, huh? But anyway, I remember it came from somewhere behind me.
From somewhere behind you.
Something the matter, Mr. Wright?
Amir's testimony isn't the most accurate, but if what he says is true, there's definitely something there.
Something, you say?
Might you mean
A contradiction?
Yeah, I think so. Although, I don't know, there's just something strange about his testimony. I don't see any decisive evidence in the court record that can help.
Do you mean to say you've found a contradiction that cannot be supported by the evidence?
Objection!
My lord, this line of interrogation is a complete waste of the court's time.
Defender, I must warn you, from here on, any unnecessary questioning will be dealt with accordingly.
Gasp. If I don't answer correctly here, it's curtains for the trial and for Espella.
If you're intent on finding a fault in this witness testimony, you will need to present decisive evidence to back up your claims.
There's not one single piece of decisive evidence in the court record.
What do I do now?
Mr. Wright, Mr. Layton, I have an idea.
I believe
There is a weapon of sorts with which you may be able to expose this contradiction without the need of evidence. Gasp! A weapon?
Now, defender, give us your answer.
Yes, Your Honor. The defense finds that the witness's testimony... Contradiction, baby. Your Honor, the defense believes there is a huge contradiction in the witness's testimony.
Objection!
What is this? You must be an even bigger fool than I thought, Sir Blue Knight. You really do not possess even a sliver of common sense, do you?
Objection!
I love his objection. Objection! If I may interrupt...
It sounds a little bit similar to Simon's, like, nice objection. Except, like, more casual. Because Simon's is very, objection!
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Layton's is, like, a softer version of it.
Objection. Yeah, it's the very articulate, like... You're right, you're right. I forget that Simon doesn't sound like what I make him sound like.
Well, he does. It's just, he doesn't... That's this one line that sounds nice like that, because then he has this really gravelly silence.
That's true. Yeah, but even that's not as gravelly as I give it a lot more vocal fry than what is actually there.
But what you do is correct.
Yeah, I'm right.
Simon doesn't speak much in like any of the cutscenes, so like...
Yeah.
Does he actually speak in any cutscenes?
I don't think so. I think they just kind of haul him around. Because I think he's only really in cutscenes where he's like being like the one where he's like walked out in handcuffs.
Oh yeah, and he's
I don't really think he gets
Bobby
other...
Fulbright is narrating it instead of him.
If I may interrupt for just a moment, Inquisitor Barnum. Allow me to ask you this. What need is there for common sense in a world that forgoes using it? Bitch. Accordingly, I must humbly ask that you discard such a manner of thinking. Whatever do you mean? You have my utmost thanks for placing your trust in me, Mr. Wright. Let us discuss the one remaining weapon in this cross-examination. The remaining weapon. This trial has taught us a valuable new technique to be used in the courtroom, has it not?
You mean questioning, right, Professor?
Indeed it is, Luke. Each of the witnesses in this trial has given their own account of what occurred. Therefore, whenever one witness has testified, the other remaining witnesses have listened. That gives me an idea. In addition to catching a witness off guard and questioning them about another's testimony, there is one more thing. There's something else we can get from a 5-person cross-examination. That's right, of course. Indeed, Mr. Wright. Contradictions. Should one witness's testimony differ from another's testimony, then I suppose that in itself can also be considered a contradiction, can it not? Okay, yeah, so this is how they bring in summation examination mechanic. Testimony, contradicting testimony. I never would have thought of that up until now. Enough. Sir Blue Knight, are you prepared to present to the court evidence proving the contradiction within this witness's testimony? The witness's testimony does not contradict any evidence. It contradicts a testimony. What are you talking about? It is time, Mr. Wright. Have a look at the touch screen.
And then he puts it on the top screen.
Yeah. There you will see the testimony of the witness in question, as well as those of the other witnesses. Keep your eyes peeled and identify the contradicting testimony.
All right, let's give it another shot, Nick.
I'm still here, by the way.
I'm useful, right? Make sure you don't forget to take a look at the court record, too.
Objection!
Double objection. Hell yeah! Fuck yeah! The person contradicting this man's testimony is none other than you. Miss Kira.
Are you both pointing at me?
At the time of the incident, that man heard someone's voice call his name. That voice belonged to you, Miss Kira. It could not have been anyone else. And yet, in your testimony, you stated that you were in such shock during tonight's events that you couldn't even speak. This is a clear contradiction.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this, Defender? Can you really claim to trust this sham of a witness and his sham of a testimony?
Objection!
That man's character is beside the point. His testimony is anything but a sham. As he watched the flames erupt, his attention was drawn to a voice behind him, which in turn made him fall over. He heard a woman's voice calling his name, a very concrete reason, and reason enough to believe his testimony.
Objection!
If it is as you say, then explain why you feel this witness is somehow responsible.
That's right. Why me? People barely hear me when I'm out selling my flowers. That's how soft my voice is. And besides, there was another woman at the scene, wasn't there? May, what are you getting at, young lady? Do you honestly think a woman my age would be out late at night in the forest flirting with questionable men? Besides, I didn't even know this pathetic man's name. How could I have called it out to him? Neither did I. Even if I did know his name, do you really think he's the kind of guy any self-respecting girl would want?
Come on, ladies. I'm standing right here, you know?
That is really funny.
I keep having this, like... I'm keeping it in the back of my head that, like... she's super gonna get burned to death, and I don't think she deserves that.
Yeah.
I think that's a bit much. And that's just, like, a fucked up thing to just, like, be in the back of my mind the whole time we're doing this.
Yeah.
It's just, like, she did it, but, like, I don't necessarily think that's...
It's a burn to death offense.
Yeah, I guess she did burn someone else to death.
Two
but,
people to death,
yeah,
and then try to get a
which-
third person convicted for her crime, and they get them
Yeah.
burned to death.
Yeah, like, what she did was fucked up. I don't really deny that, but, like, I don't... Like, that's a rough way to go. I don't know. I'm like so interested in where they're going with this, because the trilogy was so, like, they really kept away from you whatever happened to the killers. Like, they go to jail, and, you know, one of them was confirmed to be executed one time.
Yeah, Dahlia.
But, you know, they really sort of... And, like, you know, the murderers have been sentenced to death for a single offense. See
Oh no,
Simon
two
Blackwell.
characters, because there's also Joe Dark.
Was Joe Dark on death row?
Yeah, he got executed.
Okay.
That
All
was
right. Yeah.
explicitly stated in Rise from the Ashes.
Tracks. And Simon Blackwell was going to be executed for a single murder.
Yeah.
Which, that's a whole thing.
Yeah.
But...
Murder and sabotage.
Yeah. So it's like, yes, probably a non-zero amount of the people that, you know, you get convicted die after that. But they don't show them being boiled alive on screen, so I'll be interested to know what this game is going to do. As I was saying, the only person that guy could have heard from behind him was you, Miss Kira. The defense wishes to present evidence to prove this claim.
To accuse a witness like this young lady here, what? It's simply unheard of. Oh, so like, what about accusing Isabella, who's also a young lady, who's pretty
Well, she wasn't a
soft-spoken?
witness.
Most wanted defender, if you cannot prove your accusation in this court, you will see the underside of my gavel.
I'll bonk you.
Show us the evidence proving this young lady was the one who called out the men to this man at the time of the crime.
Take a look at this map, and you'll have your answer.
This is the crime scene sketch.
Sure is. You can see the position of each witness during the crime. The only person that he could possibly have heard from behind him was none other than Miss Kira.
Objection!
I love his stupid wind-up.
I would love to know why he does that.
He's really into it.
Listen here, Sir Blue Knight. I will only tell you this one more time. A sham of a witness yields only a sham of a testimony. That is all there is to it. Oh. Did you, in fact, see this flower girl's face? You know, now that you mention it, seeing as I'd fallen down and all, I don't think I saw her face. Okay, but you heard her voice, right? Let me think. The voice came out of nowhere. It was kind of high-pitched. And I guess it kind of sounded like her. But I can't say whether or not it was this girl's voice. And there you have it, Sir Blue Knight. Such a pity. Uh-huh. My lord, it is clear that the defense's claim is nothing but a pointless waste of the court's time. I recommend you deliver unto them a penalty befitting such behavior.
Indeed, Inquisitor. Ready yourself, Defender. What was that laughter?
Pardon me, my lord. It looks like you've finally arrived at a decision. That means this has nothing to do with me.
Girl, you could have kept that to yourself.
I am now noticing how empty her eyes look.
Yeah.
Isn't that right, Miss Inquisitor Barnum?
What are you saying?
I'm saying it's time for me to stop peddling testimony and get back to peddling flowers. I mean, look at all of these flowers left over. It's going to take until sunrise to sell them all if I stay here any longer. Maybe, my lord, you and the rest of the court would be interested in buying my entire stock of flowers to help a girl out?
No, I don't think. I mean...
Then it's settled. Now, if you'll excuse me, my apologies for the interruption.
Understood. The court will dismiss the witness.
Well, Miss Kira, it would seem you are beginning to show the court your true colors.
Oh? Whatever do you mean? Okay then, everyone. Looks like that's that.
Hold it!
Wait, you can't leave yet. This cross-examination isn't over.
Now that's funny. You say it isn't over, and yet the rest of the court seems to think otherwise. Isn't that right, Inquisitor Barnum?
The Inquisition maintains that the real witch is the accused, Espella Cantabella. This girl is nothing more than a witness. As such, the court cannot force her to stay against her will. This is bad if they let her walk out now.
Nick, do you think she could be?
The real witch.
Do you really think throwing around accusations? You really like throwing around accusations, don't you, Sir Defender? Let me spell it out for you one last time, so even you can understand. I didn't know this man's name at all before today. I still don't remember it. So how could I have called out to him? Do you get it now? Now then, until we meet again. Don't forget to buy some flowers on your way home, everyone.
Hold it.
One moment, please, Miss Kira. Yes!
Is there something else you wanted?
As soon as she faded out, I was like, they're gonna do that stupid bit that they did with fucking Gumshoe.
Yeah.
And it's so funny. Oh, I'm so glad.
You don't seem to realize what you just let slip.
What are you talking about?
This man testified that he heard his name called at the crime scene. However, you had no knowledge of his name at the time. Is that correct?
That's right. We were just imagining things. Like I said, I'd have already forgotten his name, even though you told it to us earlier.
There is just one problem, Miss Kira. Namely, what the voice he heard tonight was actually saying.
What do you mean? That's obvious. It was a name, wasn't it? Now, what was that name again?
My lord, I'm still here, you know.
I feel bad for this guy.
Yeah. You're saying that what this man heard tonight wasn't a name, but rather something else entirely? Indeed, I am Inquisitor Barnum. Something else. Aha! Ooh! This is a fun shot. There's only one other thing it could be.
How his hair look.
Yeah.
A good way of doing a front-facing angle, I think.
Yeah.
Doesn't look bad.
Yeah. They should use it sparingly. It looks just janky enough that I wouldn't want to see this all the time.
Oh yeah, like if I saw it a lot, it would get weird. But like it being a once or twice thing,
yeah,
it looks pretty decent.
Yeah, it's doing it for me. It's a stretch, but the possibility is there.
Is it a stretch?
That's right, Mr. Wright. That single possibility is the key to solving this mystery.
Did you just read his blue text?
He's been doing that a lot. Is the defense ready to present its evidence to the court?
This is ridiculous. I demand you let me go this instant.
Witness, what you are being accused of is not to be taken lightly. You will not leave this courtroom so long as any reasonable doubt remains.
First State's Attorney Prosecutor to acknowledge reasonable doubt.
Oh my god. Defender, you may present your evidence. Show the court what the voice this man heard saying, really.
Take that!
Excuse me, mister. I'm sorry, what's your name again? You've, got a name that no one seems to be able to remember for some reason.
Oi, it's Amir. My name's Amir, darn it. How many times have I got to say it? No matter the number of times you say it, you do not look like an Amir.
Again, I only remember the names of my most loyal customers' names. And he doesn't look like he could afford even a single daisy.
Come on, guys. Stop kicking a guy when he's down.
Mr. Amir, what you heard tonight at the crime scene was not your name. Your name just so happens to sound exactly like a certain other name.
Another name?
The answer is right here in this tome. I'm talking about Amir.
Amir?
What he actually heard at the time wasn't his own name. It was the name of a magical incantation.
What the?
Miss Kira, have you forgotten what you said just a few minutes ago? You quite clearly stated that you didn't know this man's name.
Objection!
Sir Blue Knight, let me get this straight. You're saying that the Amir heard by the witness was actually said by the Amir heard by the witness was actually said by this flower girl, and that it was not his name at all, but rather the incantation of a magic spell? The defense proposes the following. The true criminal, this supposed witch, is not the defendant, Miss Espella Cantabella, but instead the witness who was heard uttering the magic incantation, Miss Kira. She's our witch. You used magic to vanish from the scene and tried to frame Ms. Cantabella instead.
No! What just happened?
Is that girl, Mrs. Bella, really not a witch?
Unbelievable. I've never heard anything like this.
Inquisitor Barnum? Have those two really defeated Inquisitor Barnum?
Objection!
An impressive display, Sir Blue Knight. It would seem you have finally managed to hone your blade. However, I believe that blade's edge is already beginning to dull. What do you mean? I am referring to a contradiction, naturally. Hey, that's my line. My lord, the Inquisition would like to set the record straight regarding what transpired this evening.
Oh well, Inquisitor Barnum.
Sir Blue Knight, you claim the following. At the time of the crime, the accused, Espella Cantabella, was surrounded by... I just skipped the end of my own line before I got a chance to read it.
It happens.
I've been doing too much genius thinking tonight, clearly. Then, in order to frame the accused as a witch, Miss Kira cast the spell Demir and made herself vanish. She then moved in closer to the victims, at which point she cast Ignace. Get the fucking... They've been cooked. Thus causing the incident seen by our witnesses tonight.
Indeed, that does seem to be the claim.
The problem is what happened next. There is a contradiction in the defense's account of Miss Kira's movements. A contradiction in her movements? Allow me to continue. The witnesses have stated that they each ventured out towards the crime scene. Which is when Miss Kira, the witch, made her way to this point while still invisible. When she arrived at said spot, she then cast a mare and reappeared to join the other witnesses. And there you have it. This is accurate, isn't it, Sir Blue Knight? That's correct. Then Mr. Amir heard her call his name. Well then, I have but one question that I would like you to answer. Why would a witch need to do such a thing? What do you mean? Supposing Miss Kira were a witch, surely she would not have made the conscious decision to reappear when she did. One would imagine she would remain hidden and flee the crime scene.
What? Right, that's what I'd do if I was a witch. I mean, yeah, that is fair. Like, why make yourself a witness to a crime that you committed when you can simply just say that you weren't there in the first place?
Yeah.
That is fair.
Given that point, there would be no viable reason for her to recite the incantation. In other words, it is inconceivable that this flower seller, Miss Kira, could be a witch. What?
What just happened?
Is that a girl? Is Kira really not a witch?
Inquisitor Barnum just turned this entire trial about.
Fucking god. Inquisitor Barnum just Gyakuten this fucking Saibon.
God fucking damn it, he's using our moves against us.
Just what I'd expect from Labyrinthia's Sword of Justice. Good god. It's a fun dynamic that Barnum is learning all our tricks.
Yeah.
That he's like... He didn't like do this at first, but that he's so quick on the uptake that he's like, fuck it, yeah. Ooh. Oh my god.
Oh my god, that's so scary!
Inquisitor Barnum said?
What in the
Why is this so scary?
Me? A witch? The idea is laughable.
like, I literally...
I do
you're
not see
ruining,
it.
You're ruining my argument, girl.
I love this particular expression of Barnum, because my god does he look like he has a migraine right
He's
now.
just like,
He's
God
like,
fucking damn it.
Fucking, I was doing so well. I just looked so cool, and you just fucked everything up.
not good. She's completely bounced back onto her feet. I don't agree.
She seems to have lost it.
Oh, we're so close too. I can't believe it. Inquisitor Barnum, can't he see it?
They're doing the same.
Oh my god, that's adorable.
That's so cute. You just have to take one good look at her. It's obvious she's the real witch here.
Thanks, Luke.
Remember, Mr. Wright, at times like this, a cool head will prevail. Mr. Layton.
Remember, Phoenix, you just need to turn your thinking about.
Phoenix, it's me. Believe in yourself. I'm sure you've had to fight your way out of circumstances such as
Hello!
Hello and welcome.
Oh, hi, Britt! I believe that's Britt, at least. Hello.
Hello.
I'm sorry you have to hear my terrible Luke voice acting.
Yeah.
At least,
Situation.
at least Muffet isn't here.
The situation is no different. As a defense attorney, what would you usually do at such a time?
Also, hello, Dream Eater GD.
Hello. Hello and welcome.
What would I usually do? Of course. There's only one thing that can get me out of a situation
You
like
gotta
this.
Gyakuten this Saibon, Phoenix.
I've gotta turn this trial about and
You have,
think
to
outside
Phoenix,
the box.
you have to Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney versus Professor Layton.
I've got to Professor Layton versus Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney.
The Saibon.
The Saibon.
For the record, the original versions of Ace Attorney is called Gyakuten Saibon, which basically is turnabout something.
Turnabout trial.
Turnabout trial.
Or like turnabout courtroom, something
so,
like that.
constantly in the Japanese version, they're like, I need to turn about this trial, which is just
Yeah.
name dropping it.
Yeah, which they just, like, they don't really have a good way to translate that joke because they changed it to Ace Attorney, which is fair. But every single time somebody says something to the effect of, I have to turn this trial around, or I have to flip this case on its head, I'm like, I know what you were. I know what you said.
I know you wanted to Gyakuten this Saibon.
You want to Gyakuten this Saibon so bad it makes you look stupid.
But seeing the defense has nothing further to add. Oh, you fucking wish. Why, of course. That's because everyone knows the truth. They know that girl right there is the real witch. That settles it then. Go ahead and deliver your verdict, my lord.
Objection!
Ack.
The situation is exactly as you described, Inquisitor Barnum. It really doesn't make much sense for the witch to have used a mirror. Regardless, the defense still maintains that Ms. Kira did utter that incantation and make herself reappear. Now, the question is, for what reason? If she really didn't have to use that spell, then why use it in the first place? If I can find the answer to that question, then this entire case will start to unravel.
Most fascinating. Very well. Allow us to hear this theory of yours.
Your game theory.
Tell the court why it was necessary for the witch to appear at the crime scene. I'm trying not to. I purposely did not make his accent overly aristocratic, but I feel like I keep slipping into it.
He just has the vibe.
Yeah, I'm trying to give him, like, really normal, just, like...
Normal guy voice.
Yeah, like, received pronunciation, like, the bog standard British accent, but it's all over the place. Because interestingly enough, I'm not British.
Yeah.
I am if you go back far enough
are
in
British.
I am if you go back far enough in the family tree.
Oh, yeah,
but
same.
I'm not very British. I'm much more French and Italian.
I know
than
I
I'm
just
British.
have, like, British and some German, and that's all I know. And cowboy.
Yeah. Well, because you have that one really based ancestor.
Yeah.
Well, we're
We're still in the game. Once you eliminate the impossible.
Whatever remains must be
the truth. Hell yeah, brother.
Wow, this is just like the Great Ace Attorney. Sherlock Sholmes.
Wow. He really did read those books. She's so scary.
Why is she so scary?
This game is so scary.
This game did a really good job of making characters look very frightening at times.
People said that this game was a lot and that it was scary and that it was really intense, and they were right about those things.
Oh yeah, when we started this trial, our intro cutscene was watching a woman get burned to death.
Yeah.
While pleading for her life.
Yep. It was really cool.
It was really fucked up. Seem to give herself... Yeah!
Yep.
Ace Attorney and Professor Layton are both, like, kids or teens games, for the record.
Yep. Yep. Layton has a younger target audience than Ace Attorney, I would say. Layton I would put in, like, the 10 to 12 sort of range. Ace Attorney I would put in, like, the 13 to 15, probably.
Yeah. Like, that cutscene was probably the darkest cutscene out of any Ace Attorney game, and I'm including the one where Athena is covered in blood.
Oh yeah, that was a lot. That was a lot. Give herself an alibi, I would say?
Yeah, I suppose. Either give herself an alibi or to become a witness.
Yeah. But then, like...
Actually, probably more to become a witness, because if she wanted an alibi, she could have just gone somewhere further away where other people would see her.
I did save.
Yeah. We can be reckless with our last...
The answer is obvious. She must have wanted to become a witness herself. Well, Sir Blue Knight, do not slam your hands down on the desk unless you have a strong point to make. The same goes for your mouth. Don't waste your breath on such nonsense. Huh? Have a look at the number of witnesses. We already have 4 other willing witnesses. Becoming a witness on purpose would accomplish nothing. She may as well have sat in the stands and watched the trial. Well, you don't know that for sure.
Thanks, Feeny.
Nope, he's absolutely right.
Oh, we're going to see that...
Yeah, is she gonna burn to death again?
He's absolutely right.
Please quit reading my mind, Your Honor.
That was before you opening your mouth, Sir Doughy Defender.
Well, we should let... Yeah. You want to see how this game gets?
Yeah. You do not see Miss Espella Cantabella burned to death, but you...
But you come close.
Your kind is a pox upon our land, and we're going to burn you to death. Yeah.
This is an insane video game.
When the lady was being burned to death, they're like up in this fucking cage, like suspended from the ceiling. What happened is that the cage slowly just like closed from the bottom up, like in parts while she's screaming and begging, and then it does the head part, and then she's just dumped into a pit of fire.
Isn't this game really cool and normal and for children?
And that's what is happening here. That's the cage closing on Espella.
Isn't it really cool how they made this game for children to play? All right. Back to it, lads.
Alibi.
The answer is obvious. She was trying to give herself an alibi. This is definitely an excellent children's game. I do not doubt that in the least. Yeah, for the kids.
Yeah, for the kids.
Oh, is that right? Tell me, what would that alibi have been? Well, just give me a minute. I'm getting to that part.
Can we just go to the court record and reset, or do we have to do that from other things?
The menu button disappeared. I can only save or load from the menu. I think it's going to make me sit through all this. That will not be necessary, Sir Blue Knight. Huh? Think about it. Why would she even need an alibi if no one could have seen her to begin with? Well, you... Are you at least going to let me fast forward, or do you hate me?
We are so smart.
Video games.
Video games.
Well, we're going to have to see that again. There's not really a whole lot I can do about that, boss. It is not letting me fast forward, and I don't have the menu. This is... Ace Attorney has had some really fucked up bad ends, but this has to be the scariest one.
Yeah.
Like, there were other ones with perhaps scarier implications, but this is the one that is like the most frightening to experience.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like the one where Aura commits murder-suicide with a bunch of hostages.
Yeah. Including children.
Or the one where Phoenix hands over an 18-year-old girl to Aura who said that she was going to kill the person responsible.
Yeah.
And then Phoenix is like, huh, we never heard from her again.
And then I never saw her again.
Took her to a nice farm upstate.
I love Aura.
Ace Attorney's great. I can't think of any other possibility. This has to be the answer.
I choose all the other possibilities and they're all wrong.
Well, once you've eliminated all possibilities...
remains is the truth. He did say that.
He did say that. Isn't it obvious?
Isn't it obvious?
She was trying to cover up her own crime. I didn't mean to do that. Oh, is that right? Tell me, why would she do that? Well, just give me a minute. I'm getting to that part.
What if they're all wrong?
That will not be necessary, Sir Blue Knight. Huh? Think about it. What? This is so fucked up of them.
Yeah.
What would she have to hide? If no one could have seen her to begin with.
You're the good Inquisitor. No matter how you look at it, there'd be no reason for me to appear, assuming I was the criminal, that is.
I can't argue with...
She's such good sprites.
God damn. Pardon the interruption, but that's not necessarily the case. Mr. Layton. Explain yourself, Sir Top Hat. You have stated that Miss Kira had no reason to reappear. I love when he does the Phoenix sprites.
Yeah.
It's like, that was kind of a... Ryunosuke does that sprite, doesn't he? The little, the thinking one? I knew that pose was very familiar.
Yeah.
I can't believe Ryunosuke has a lifted Professor Layton sprite. This is lore.
He loves
I guess Phoenix does also. He has the... He
also has that, but it's a bit different.
Yeah. That one kind of... I don't know, it looked really like Ryunosuke's. However, the situation changed and it became necessary for her to show herself.
I just love Phoenix with his realistic human proportions and Professor Layton built like a paper towel roll.
It's funny too, because like Layton's so cartoonish that he's like a foot shorter than Phoenix.
Yeah.
Isn't that right, Miss Kira?
Huh? What are you talking about? I have no idea what you mean.
Would seem the defense must clarify their argument with evidence.
Mr. Wright, I believe that Miss Kira did not intend to reveal herself at the crime scene. Rather, that something occurred which forced this young lady to make herself reappear. It was so important that she had to reappear and risk being spotted.
Offender, tell the court why it would have been necessary for the witch to appear at the crime scene. The glasses?
What about them?
I don't know.
But yeah, you're right, they haven't come up yet.
Mm-hmm.
I can't save.
Can we just, like, take a quick look through our rest of our evidence to make sure?
Could be the lantern. The scepter doesn't really make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think you... Just...
Can we use one of our hint coins?
We can! We have 67.
Yeah!
I never use all of mine. I'm too proud to use hint coins most of the time.
It's like, I don't want to have to redo so much. Oh!
Oh!
That's fun.
That is so interesting.
I'm still thinking.
I want to trust you on the glasses. I think you're cooking.
Take that!
Please.
Miss Kira, you usually wear glasses, is that correct?
Huh? I forgot she did that.
It's like I already told you. I lost my glasses a few days ago.
Are you... Did she leave them at the crime scene?
Oh.
Are you absolutely sure about that? Or did you not, in fact, lose them tonight? During the crime?
Of course not.
Perhaps you accidentally dropped them while you were committing the crime. Then, as you were attempting to make your escape, you noticed they were gone. Therefore, you made yourself reappear in order to search for your missing glasses.
No!
Which you could not do while invisible, as we all know.
Well...
Oh, because they might have also been invisible. Because it's anything that you touch
they were touching
vanishes.
her.
So she couldn't search for them while they were invisible with her.
Oh.
It is really funny seeing Layton doing the desk snack.
It looks so funny to see him so serious.
Yeah.
How absurd. Such baseless conjecture. Oh, I assure you it's quite based. What you propose is fundamentally flawed. What do you mean? Let us assume, hypothetically, that the witch did in fact drop this evidence. That does not explain what purpose it would serve for her to make herself reappear. You're right. You are completely right. It would still make more sense for her to escape under cover of darkness.
Objection.
Hey, Layton.
Unfortunately, Inquisitor Barnum, such a plan was simply not possible. What? Mr. Wright, do you understand? I also... I just realized Layton is warping back and forth to other sides of Phoenix.
I'm just imagining, like, Phoenix, or Maya, Layton, and Luke just running around on the bench, just rearranging themselves.
Yeah, Barnum's real-ass goddamn sword is...
Full armor.
Yeah. Mr. Wright, do you understand what I am suggesting? Yes. He means the reason Miss Kira made herself reappear at the crime scene.
How much... there are two other prosecutors that bring swords into the courtroom.
Yes, there are.
And one that has, at one point, used the sword on someone else. The opposition in court. That was Kazuma when he was... Yeah.
Did Blackwell have a sword? They were really unclear about that.
He just pointed like he had a sword.
Okay.
I think he used like bird feathers to throw at people.
Oh, that's right.
I think that's the implication.
Yeah. No, you're right.
I love Blackwell.
Simon Blackwell is the prosecutor of all time.
He is the best prosecutor in Ace Attorney.
Unbeaten, unmatched.
He has a hawk in court that he sicks on people.
Yeah. If you piss him off, he attacks you with his hawk.
He's also a death row inmate.
He's so real.
He's everything to me.
Okay, this is it.
Thunder, enlighten us.
No.
Okay. Why did the witness feel the need to make herself reappear? She couldn't find her glasses.
The answer is simple, Your Honor. She couldn't find her glasses. She could not find them. If you've noticed, she's still not wearing her glasses right now.
Objection!
Hold a moment, Sir Blue Knight. What does that have to do with anything?
That's right. It doesn't change a single thing.
Objection.
That's where you're wrong. In fact, it changes things quite a bit. Tonight, the 2 victims were engulfed by flames, courtesy of a magic spell. That very instant, 4 witnesses saw the flames erupt at the scene. It was at that point that something you didn't expect occurred. You suddenly lost your glasses. That's right. You were scared that if your glasses were discovered at the scene of the crime, you would be suspected of being a witch. What foolishness. Even if her glasses were found. She could simply have explained that she dropped them there days before the crime happened. I'm afraid that is not a possibility, Inquisitor Barnum. What did you say? If you recall, it had been raining.
Barnum is very pretty.
Oh yeah, he's handsome. Multiple characters have remarked on this also.
Yeah.
He's canonically like a local celebrity and a hot boy.
Yeah. Hot boy!
Hot boy! If you recall, it had been raining quite heavily at the crime scene beforehand. Had she stated that she dropped her glasses before the crime, then naturally, one would expect the glasses to be soaked in water and covered in mud. However, the rain had already stopped at the time the crime itself was committed. In other words, one look at the pair of clean, dry glasses would reveal that I did it to myself again.
I should have known! I was perfecting my rainfall rending technique in the forest.
Hi, what does that mean?
And not once during the rainfall did I see that flower maiden traveling along a nearby path.
That's not all. In order to frame Miss Cantabella as the witch, you needed to leave this witch's scepter behind at the scene of the crime.
I see! What would be the most definitive evidence that she is the witch?
The objective here was to have somebody else discover the staff at the scene.
Alas, a person was I.
However, no doubt you came to realize that one can That went really Valent out of nowhere.
Possessed by the spirit of Valent.
No doubt you came to realize that one can deduce which spells were used simply by examining the magic gems on the scepter. In this case, one can see that the witch must have used Demir to vanish from sight and make her escape. That's why, Miss Kira, you were left with no option but to reappear at the crime scene. That was the only way for you to avoid suspicion if someone were to discover your glasses at the crime scene. You're reappearing. You'd be able to explain that you simply dropped your glasses when you rushed to see what had happened. That makes sense.
Slammy boys.
Fuck yeah.
Fuck yeah.
What do you have to say to that? This is both of them, I think.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm one person. Is she gonna be really scary again?
You know, I've let you both ramble on and on, but playtime is over.
Are you going to burn us to death?
So that's
Thank you, Britt.
Then? I'm a witch because I dropped my glasses? I must have said it how many times now? I lost my glasses days ago. Were you even listening? I'll say it again. Over 1,000,000 times! I lost my glasses, I lost my glasses! Do you like evidence, Sir Defender? Do you love proof, Sir Top Hat? Then prove I dropped my glasses at the crime scene. Ha! You can't prove it! In other words, you lose.
She got 3-mouth there for a bit.
Yeah, she does. I noticed that one of the last times they cut to that. It's a little, just a little. Can I say something brave that I know you'll agree with?
Sure.
Christoph Gavin wants what she has.
Oh, absolutely. That is correct. Proving such a thing would indeed be impossible. To prove that the witness dropped her glasses at this crime scene. What say you, Inquisitor Barnum?
'Tis indeed a question of proof, my lord. These glasses have been missing from the very beginning. The Knights of the Inquisition found no trace of these glasses anywhere near the crime scene. Therefore, this witness cannot in any way be accused of being a witch.
You heard the man. But we were so close. I'm still here. That girl is a witch. Can't anyone see that?
I'm also still here.
I'm also still here. What should we do, Professor? Ah.
Well, it would seem the young lady has finished what she had to say. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Wright?
Oh, stop looking so smug, you two.
I love what these two have going on.
Why are they... Mr. Layton literally stole Phoenix.
I know, like, the longer I play, the more I'm like, no, I get where Lone was coming from.
Professor Layton, yeah, Lone.
Lone, okay.
Professor Layton, the fucking homewrecker.
He really did steal Edward's girl. Yes, it certainly looks that way, Mr. Layton.
What the? What's with that face? Did you find something funny here?
What's with that face?
What's with that face, girl?
It is as you said, Inquisitor Barnum. Explain. The defense raises just one further question. Why were you unable to find those glasses?
What do you mean?
You must have searched the area quite thoroughly looking for them. And yet, even now the Knights have been unable to locate those glasses.
Maybe she still has them. It's just that they are damaged in a way that would... Maybe they got slightly singed. She has them, but she can't actually wear them.
Did you ever wonder why?
Oh, so that has become quite the mystery. Surely they must be around somewhere.
The glasses were lost to the wolves. That is the only
I
explanation.
don't think wolves are gonna care about glasses, my dude.
There is still one remaining place that you have not searched tonight.
What do you say? What did you say?
The glasses were supposedly not found at the crime scene, leaving only one other possible place. What is this? You two. Have at you, Sir Blue Knight. Draw your blade and reveal to the court where the glasses are supposedly hiding. We're just gonna...
God, I wish we got to have a sword fight.
Looks like I've somehow managed to make it through my first witch trial. It all comes down to this. A final piece of evidence. Time to clear up this case once and for all.
Hey, Luke.
Hi, Luke. I'll leave the rest in your capable hands, Mr. I'm sorry, that's a thing Edward said to Phoenix one time.
Yeah!
I leave the rest in your capable hands, partner.
God. I hope they get to a point where Layton calls Phoenix partner. That would be so funny.
Fucking imagine.
Homewrecker.
This game is incredible. Piece of evidence pointing to the one place not searched tonight is...
And it's gonna be her to present the profile.
Yeah, but... I don't know. I'm skeptical. Place not searched tonight.
You could use another hint coin.
I have a theory that's really dumb.
What?
Did he get dropped in the bucket of milk?
That could be so. I don't know if I'd bank on that yet, though.
Yeah, let's use a hint coin.
Okay, so...
She ain't been ruled out. It's not a profile.
Okay. Sure, let's go bucket of milk.
I don't think it's the case outline. I'll take a little look-see at this again, but...
I don't think it's them.
I just don't see anywhere on here that Glarses could be hiding.
Let's go milk.
Milk sweep?
Milk sweep.
Milk sweep.
Bucket of milk sweep!
Take that!
You're a fucking genius.
This game is a 20 out of 10.
Yeah! You're the noticer.
For every individual thing in this case would make it an automatic 10 out of 10, and they just keep doing it.
Yeah.
This is incredible.
It's a good game.
Tonight, there was one thing that was carried away from the crime scene right under everyone's noses.
Carried away?
That is a really good animation on her eyes there. The way they're like flitting around.
Yeah, it's really good.
That's really good. I am speaking, of course, about this.
Milk.
Because it was left undisturbed.
Yes.
That's the milk bucket that disappeared from the crime scene. Thus far, the defense's claim that the glasses were dropped at the crime scene has been regarded as mere speculation. However, if Miss Kira, we find your glasses within the contents of this milk bucket, then our mere speculation will suddenly become fact. Alright, who's reaching in the milk bucket? Who's rolling up their sleeves?
Alright. Mary, you do it. You're the milk maiden.
This is true. What manner of witchery?
What are you talking about? You're crazy, just crazy.
Alright, roll up your sleeves then, bitch.
No way could my glasses be inside that stupid bucket. That's just impossible.
Okay. I guess we could also dump the bucket out. I did just consider that possibility.
Just right onto the floor.
The
of
milk
Old
cannot
Bailey.
be good anymore. Well, it's only been a couple hours, I guess.
Oh yeah, true.
It hasn't been pasteurized, which I think does actually affect.
I don't know enough about pasteurization's effect on the spoil quickness of milk.
This is true. I feel like I remember hearing it has some sort of impact
I
on
can
that.
tell you other milk facts, but not that one.
Thanks. It's also goat's milk. I don't know if that's different.
Oh yeah, that's
in any
also probably
meaningful way.
different. I'll call up my former boss and ask her.
Oh yeah, your boss who raised goats?
Yeah.
What are you saying, Inquisitor Barnum?
They'll just be a waste of the court's time. Don't listen to them. Don't.
Well, it's like 5 seconds of their time. It doesn't take that long to dump out a bucket or stick your hand in there, like... 'Tis mandated that the Knights of the Inquisition investigate any and all possibilities during the course of a trial.
I want to see him do that wind up, but then just dunk his hand into the milk bucket instead of smacking the table.
To me, he did that. My lord, the Inquisition requests that this milk bucket be searched immediately.
Very well. Oh,
Bailiff,
Judge is
yeah.
doing it. Let's go, Judge.
Oh my god.
Oh. What? What?
That was a good zoom. That was a proper, like, camera zoom.
Yeah.
That was a camera got closer. You could see the field of view change. That was incredible.
Why does the Judge in this game look so good?
I was just thinking, like, he has one of the most crisp models of anyone here. Like, he looks phenomenal.
Yeah. What the hell? I guess it's because he doesn't really move.
Yeah, that's true. But he is a model such that when he's not moving, it looks like 2D.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, it's that good.
Yeah.
Miss Kira, as you can see, your glasses have been found inside the milk bucket. The truth is out.
The truth come out.
The truth come out. Nothing you say can change that now. Which leads us to the next question. Specifically, the question of when. When did you drop your glasses into the milk bucket? What?
Why is this happening? This whole thing is ridiculous. The answer is obvious, isn't it? I dropped them afterwards. After I ran over to see the fire. I took a tiny peek inside the milk bucket. That's when they fell in.
Who? Oh.
Don't be stupid, child. Snowy and I were at the scene first.
Yeah, that's right. They took the bucket away before anyone else got
Yeah,
there.
she said I got there last.
We made sure to take that milk bucket before anyone else could get their grubby little hands on it. We weren't going to let a single soul get anywhere near that sweet, creamy bucket of deliciousness. You can bet my farm on it.
Each of these 4 witnesses has stated they heard the spell Ignace being cast at the time of the incident. According to the Grand Grimoire, Ignace summons a circle of flame within a 1-meter radius of the caster. This sounds like a D&D spell. Summons a circle of flame within a 1-meter radius of the caster for 2d6 damage. In other words... I'd Layton again. In other words, the real witch must have been at Miss Cantabella's side at the time of the incident.
You're the one making that comparison. Yeah, I'm the one who's currently in Pathfinder campaigns. I spilled out of my chair.
It happens. That is when the glasses fell into the milk bucket. Therefore, there is only one logical conclusion. Only one person who could be the true witch.
Girl, you doing alright?
How's it doing, girl? Pretty good, it doesn't seem.
9th level fireball spell.
That was a good one. I liked that. Understated, classy. I'm so scared. This is so scary.
I don't want to see her be dropped into the fire. What a very strange trial this has been. Kira's a party level +4 solo boss. From the very beginning, we had all paid witness to a most unusual set of circumstances. A baker turned defender, a surprise extra witness, and now a not guilty verdict for the accused. Never have I seen such a spectacle. Are we gonna see her get dropped into the fire?
Is this really happening?
The girl inside the cage. You mean she's the real witch?
What about that Espera Cantabella girl?
Miss Kira. Tell us why. Why were you trying to frame Miss Cantabella?
You could easily have escaped the crime scene without a trace. There was no reason to frame anyone. This crime was a result of nothing but your overwhelming ill intent.
I don't know.
To frame a person as a witch is to condemn that person to death by fire. Surely you must know this. So why Espera Cantabella?
Do you have any idea what it feels like to be a witch?
What it feels like?
I didn't ask for this.
Sorry if you can hear Sissel screaming and
crying. Did you get your spring stuck underneath the fridge again?
I didn't ask for these powers, but I have them. And now here I am, begging for my life. I was living such a peaceful life until now. Selling flowers, getting scolded by my boss for not selling enough of them. That's why I was trying to put an end to these trials once and for all.
Put an end to the trials.
You all know what I mean! The one condition written in the story that will end these witch trials!
When the great witch Bezella has been put to the flames and vanquished from this world, these trials will come to an end.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, the story about this place is that they've all been trapped in this place called Labyrinthia, which you cannot fucking leave, and everything in Labyrinthia is predicted by the storyteller.
Yeah.
Who writes everyone's futures, basically.
Yeah, and the Great Witch Bezella has thus far been not so gently implied to have some involvement with our friend Espella. Like, she is probably either a descendant, reincarnation of, or is literally Bezella. Or at least is thought to be.
Mm-hmm.
So, this is a really normal and fun game for kids.
At least that's what I thought. The sun had begun to set on that lonely forest path, and there wasn't a soul in sight. I always carried my hidden Telea Magica with me in case of a moment like this.
Oh, they say it right. They say it correctly, all Latin-like.
Oh, wow.
Telea Magica.
I'll remember this.
The hard G is a feature of Latin. It's the same as I believe technically that is the correct pronunciation of that word in Puella Magi. Puella Magi Madoka Magica. I believe officially it is the Latin pronunciation.
I'd believe that, but do they?
But nobody fucking
say
says that.
No, they never say that in the actual
They don't
anime.
say that in the show, but it's written in this cool little language called Japanese.
Yeah.
That is purely phonetic. I don't know if you knew that.
I've never heard of this language.
I would have to double check. It's been a long time since I actually.
Yeah, it's also been a really long
that.
time since I looked into anything about Puella Magi, but I also don't know how to read Japanese.
Yeah, Magica is so awkward to say that I also don't say it that way. I will call it like Madoka Magica, but I think that's technically incorrect. It's just that if you want to be an asshole about it,
Yeah.
now you know.
I'll remember this whenever I want to be an asshole
I
next.
used my magic to expose that girl for what she really is.
I wonder if telea means something then, if that's Latin.
I'll look that up later.
If I had been successful, then all these trials would finally end and I could go on living my peaceful life.
What? What are you saying? Am I hearing this correctly? Are you actually accusing Espella Cantabella?
Why do you think no one has ever seen the legendary Great Witch? It's because she's been hidden in our midst the entire time. She's protected. She's hidden from us. It's all part of the story.
Part of the story?
Objection! That's enough! Speak no more. A witch's existence cannot be justified.
No, please. I know you've all noticed it too. You could end this. All of this. That girl. It's all because of that girl. I beg you. Please. Please release me. Knights of the Court. Isn't it your duty to protect the people of this town? Give me another chance.
That is where you're wrong. Tis indeed a knight's duty to protect. We are impelled to protect the citizens of Labyrinthia against you and your ilk. The reason you were offered my protection until now was because your guilt was uncertain. There was the possibility that you were not a witch. The circumstances were such that it seemed another was guilty. That possibility has since disappeared, and your innocence along with it. You now find yourself at the other end of my sword.
Jesus Christ.
I'm just like stunned.
Enemy of Labyrinthia, may the fires purge you from this land.
Like,
We're gonna get watch her get burned to death.
I am just gobsmacked right now. I am.
Please wait. Stop. Please just stop this.
Espella!
If it means putting an end to these horrible trials, let me take her place. Let me be Bezella. Send me to the flames.
Girl, we just put all of this to get you out of here.
It would save her life.
This trial has proven beyond a shadow of a doubt that this flower seller, Kira, is a witch. And according to the law, all those found to be witches will be executed.
Did he say executed? He can't mean...
Nicholas,
you literally walked into this courtroom and watched a woman get burned to death.
Most unsettling.
Thanks, baby girl. Yes, it is. It is most unsettling. You're
Truly
so right.
most unsettling.
Bailiff, ready the fire.
An anime cutscene? Are you?
No! No! Don't do this!
Excuse me?
Listen to me. Don't let her fool you. Espella is the Great Witch. Hear me. There's no time to waste. She's Bezella. Take her. And then these witch trials will be no more. The witch trials will end.
cool, fun little game.
Cool
for
game.
kids. You know, for kids.
Yeah, for kids.
For the kids love it.
Jesus Christ.
What the entire fuck?
Hell, man.
Good God. So far, we've always managed to pull off a win and get a not guilty verdict, but winning has never felt this depressing. Oh, Espella, are you alright?
Yes. I just want to thank you, all of you. You all came to my rescue yet again.
Yeah, of course we did.
Hold on a second, Espella. What did you say just now? You all came to my rescue yet again? You don't mean...
Maya, did you still not remember?
Yes, I remember everything. I remember the last trial. I suppose that makes the second time we've met, and the second time that all of you have helped me.
Night-night.
See ya!
Yeah,
Thank
we'll
you for
probably be
stopping
wrapping
by.
up soon.
Yeah,
This has been a long one, but
this
it's...
chapter's probably going to end soon. I'm going to bed sleepy soon.
Yeah. Front-facing Layton jump scare. I feel like he's usually, in his own game, he's like a 3/4.
Yeah, the first game he was front-facing, but like
was he?
he wasn't like this.
Yeah.
He was a 2D sprite off to the side.
Mr. Wright, am I to infer that you and Espella have met before? Okay, I was trying to think of what this pose looked really familiar to me, and I just realized this is a Kazuma pose almost. It's when he does that, like, he has that, like, bitchy expression on when he
We
does
all
it.
know
I'm
you
like,
couldn't even last a minute.
thank you, exactly. That was precisely what I was thinking of. But Layton just does it. I was like, why is this so familiar? Because I think it's the same hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, it seems that way. You too, Mr. Layton. Perhaps it would be best if we briefed each other on what has transpired. Okay, what should we discuss? Espella paid us a visit in London. She had in her possession a letter from an old acquaintance of mine. Is that right?
It's so weird having Phoenix on screen.
Yeah, it's like we're shifting into Layton mode. Because this is how they do the sprite presentations in Layton.
They're shifting into Fire Emblem mode.
Horrifying. This is your line, your Luke.
Oh fuck, I forgot I'm Luke.
Mr. Accidente helped drive Espella straight out of Labyrinthia. You both kept me safe from the witches that were chasing me.
Until you let them in and let them kidnap me.
Yeah.
Wait, did you say witches? So they appeared in London too?
Regrettably, I'm unable to say that our protection was absolute. When we saw you last, it seemed you'd managed to escape, courtesy of that passing freighter.
Oh yeah, that's right. What happened to you right after that, Espella? I rode the ship along the river for a while, before arriving at a nearby port. And then... that's when I met Mr. Wright and Maya.
Okay, what should we discuss? What happened?
What happened?
What happened?
What happened?
I didn't know where the ship would end up. I felt very lonely out there.
Please accept my sincerest apologies. I'm afraid there was nothing else I could do to prevent it.
Oh, no. Please don't blame yourself, Mr. Layton. I just didn't know what to do. So I tried to look for something, anything on the ship that might help me. Boy, you sure found something all right. Rather, someone. You ran into a master thief working as a part of the ship's crew. Yes, that's right.
Did you say master thief? Crikey, that's amazing.
I wouldn't exactly say it was amazing.
After that, I was taken to court. And that's when Mr. Wright helped me.
I see. And perhaps Somewhere deep within your mind must have existed a memory of that previous trial, and of Mr. Wright. Hence why you thought to seek out his help when you found yourself in such an unfortunate situation this evening.
That makes sense. After all, Nick did make legal history that day in jolly old England. Did you say he made history? Wow! That's incredible, right, Professor?
I teach that. I wouldn't exactly say I made history.
Layton stone-faced at that.
But then, after that, I was never able to find my way back to the Professor. Even after I went through the pains of finding that clue, it ended up being taken away from me.
A clue, you say?
Yes, the tag that was hanging around the neck of that sweet little stuffed toy.
The tag was a clue. A clue for what? Okay, what should we discuss?
I had a lot of time to think about what I was on while I was on that ship. I thought about a lot of things, like how to try and find a way back once the ship arrived at its destination. Things like that. Find a way back?
Seek a way back.
Way back to Mr. Layton and Luke. They were the only ones I knew could depend on to help me.
The pleasure was ours, Espella.
But no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't remember the name of the town where they lived. Huh? You mean London, Espella? Oh, that's it. London. That's what was written on Carmine's letter to Mr. Layton. The blue teddy bear I found in that room was wearing a tag around its neck.
Sorry, Espella, but PC Badger looks nothing like a teddy bear.
On the tag, in very small letters, was written London. I recognized the name of the town. I thought it might be an address.
It's because that stuffed toy was used in a special promotion run by the London Metropolitan Police.
Oh, that's right! Espella, you must have known that address is super important, so that's why you kept the tag, right? That way you could meet up with Mr. Layton and Luke again. I just felt so lonely and helpless. I wonder, though, who do you think really did it? Hit Olivia over the head with the pipe, I mean.
What's this? Oh, yeah, I guess we never did find out who the real culprit was. I do believe that may have some connection to the group of witches.
What? You mean the witches that were chasing us through London?
Indeed. It could be that they noticed your escape onto that ship and managed to infiltrate their way aboard.
Could it be? So, you're saying there was some big scary witch lurking around the inside of that cargo hold?
I'm afraid there is a rather high possibility that was the case. Those witches were intent on seeing you brought back to Labyrinthia, no matter what. However, in order to do so, they had to make certain that you did not become entangled in any situation that may stall your capture. In other words, the situation with Miss Al Dente, you mean?
Oh, I'm assuming that if she would be found guilty in that trial, they would use that as an excuse to just cart her back off to Labyrinthia.
Yeah.
But they had to find some other way to do so.
Precisely. They must have knocked that crew member unconscious and attempted to recapture Espella before the police could arrive. However, that plan was clearly foiled. It was something regardless, sorry. Even though you ended up back here regardless, probably? Yeah. And that's when she became my client.
I just can't clearly remember anything that happened back then.
Do you think there's a possibility that someone was pulling Espella's strings through the entire trial?
She was kind of like puppet.
Yeah, she was like zooted.
Hey, maybe you're right. There was something a little strange about Espella at the time.
Yeah, she was really scary. Mr. Wright, Espella was introduced to you at the time as a schoolgirl, is that correct? Yes. She would have had no knowledge of the world outside of Labyrinthia. That being the case, having her stand in an English courtroom as she was would pose a serious problem, meaning that someone must have attempted to cover up Ispella's identity.
What? But Professor, could somebody really do that?
That they could indeed, Luke. And if it is as I suspect, I believe our adversaries may be far more powerful than we originally thought. Just exactly who or what are we dealing with here?
Hey guys, let's head back to the bakery for now. I bet the boss is waiting for us with one heck of a pastry feast. Oh. Actually, I can't go home just yet. Huh? You can't? Oh. Well, there are still a couple of legal procedures to be taken care of before I can go home. Please, you all go on ahead without me.
Is that so? Very well.
I really must thank you all. Thank you so much for everything. Alrighty then, Espella. We'll catch you later. Yes. Farewell for now.
Mr. Wright, please allow me the pleasure of a proper introduction.
Think about when it's Layton there.
Yeah.
I don't feel like he's talking to the player character. I feel like he's talking specifically to me.
He is staring straight through the screen and looking directly at you specifically.
Yeah.
My name is Herschel Layton.
My name's Herschel Layton. I'm a professor of archaeology in London.
A professor, huh? Well, my name is Phoenix Wright. I'm an attorney. As I suspected, you were no ordinary baker after all, Mr. Wright.
Yeah, I thought it was pretty weird myself, to be honest. I mean, I really did believe I'd been a baker all my life. But the more everyone kept saying it, the less sure I was that it was actually true. Just where did that memory come from, anyway?
Hey, Professor! If Mr. Wright is an attorney, then that must mean he's as smart as you, right?
I'm afraid I can't really say, Luke.
I think you're a dumbass.
But behind every ace attorney, there's an even smarter, not to mention beautiful, witty, and utterly amazing ace assistant.
She's so real.
Girl, you did nothing in that trial.
I think you also forgot humble.
My name's Luke Triton. I'm the professor's apprentice. I'm Maya Fey. And Nick here is my apprentice. Isn't that right, Nicky boy?
Nicky boy? Hey, wait, why am I your apprentice?
Anyway, we should all head back to the bakery. Let's get a move on. I'm sure Spella will be back before we know it.
I would not get your hopes up about that, Sir Blue Knight.
It did.
Inquisitor Barnum. Most impressive work tonight. It is a shame you have kept such ability hidden until now.
Trust me, Nick's lawyer abilities beat the pants off his baking abilities any day of the week.
Okay, moving on. What do you mean by that, Inquisitor? Why can't Espella go home? New charges have been brought against Mrs. Spella Cantabella.
What? No way! That can't be right.
Were you guys there? Like... You've realized it, haven't you? You have realized it, haven't you? She's being charged under suspicion of being the Great Witch Bazella. She what? How can that be? Am I to assume that charge is based purely on Miss Kira's accusation? It was not I who made the decision. Huh? Regardless, the girl will return to court at the appointed time for further trial. Until then, I am to seek out any and all evidence pertaining to the Great Witch. Pardon me, Inquisitor. What exactly is this appointed time? The investigation into this allegation will conclude on the day of the storyteller's next parade. That would be 2 weeks from today. Following our investigations into the matter, The trial of the Great Witch shall proceed. What the? That's way more time than I've ever had to investigate something.
Oh yeah, that's really nice.
It would appear the girl has been withholding a dark secret from you all. Espella. Espella Cantabella's questioning is set to begin shortly. That means visiting hours are over. I recommend you leave immediately. Espella? The legendary Great Witch Bezella? A story that dictates the fate of an entire town, and now a so-called Great Witch named Bezella. Most intriguing. It would seem to be up to us to uncover the answers to these mysteries. How are we supposed to manage it all in 2 weeks? Where are we going to find any evidence?
You know, I was thinking, how do you address a great witch? Hail to thee, oh magnificent magical one, or maybe just, what's up, bitch? Witchy baby, actually, witchy baby is even funnier.
Yeah, witchy baby actually.
What's up, witchy baby?
What difference would it make? She's called a Great Witch. That's not someone I'd ever want to meet. Again, your best friend, Spirit Medium.
Yeah, she's going to be casual about this.
I believe I've thought of a solution to our problem. It's actually rather simple. Professor Layton, allow me to explain, Mr. Wright. The only way we may be able to solve the mysteries of this town and its residents is if we join forces. He's right. We've come this far. There's no way we're just going to give up on Espella. Okay, I'm on board. I look forward to teaming up with you, Professor.
Me too, Luke. Me too, Maya.
Yeah, we're so based for our drawing.
Now then, shall we press on?
They really are like that.
This marks the beginning of our own story. One dictated by ourselves and written by our own hands. My god. My fucking god.
Jesus.
Well, that's fair.
Yeah. I want to see if there's a new anime cutscene.
Yeah. We can check out the new the cutscene situation. I'm still just like shell shocked.
Yeah.
I'm gobsmacked. The Great
Witch.
I love that PowerPoint ass transition that they do. That rules. It seems perhaps not.
Huh. Sad.
Well, we'll have to see next time. Hey, is that a kibby?
I think you're right.
Eve. Calling it now.
Sissel.
Gamers. Video games. I don't know what else to say.
I don't know how to respond to have all of the information I just learned.
I'm gonna be, there is gonna be a lot of pacing going on in this household over the next few days.
A lot of theorizing.
A lot of discussions. Good God. I don't even know how to end this. What the fuck? Hey guys, what the fuck?
Yeah, what the shit?
What the hell and
what
fuck?
happened there?
Why would you... Video games. Well, I guess we'll have to find out next week what the fuck some of that was all about, and I'm sure we'll have even more questions after that. Have a good one, guys!